coming up in Ogun State. It's Tag Ogun 2025, maybe Ogun 2024, because it was slated to be held sometimes last year but had to be postponed in some occasions up until this year. There's also the Nigeria Women's Football League Premiership ongoing in the country. There's the Nigeria Premier Football League ongoing in the country, and so many others. The IHF under 15, under 20 handball in Abia State came to an end over the course of the weekend, and there is the ongoing ICC qualifiers for the under 19, the Junior Yellow Greens in cricket. They not start very well, but they are currently playing as we speak over there at the Tafawa Balewa Oval in Lagos State, talking about cricket. So there are many actions in sport across Nigeria, and trust Today Sports Live to always be on hand to bring you the latest developments regarding this sport, including sport played outside the country of Nigeria. The Miami Open is getting interesting, as we have now seen the oldest man to play at the semis of the 1000 Master. His name is Novak Djokovic, as he progressed to the semifinals of the ongoing Miami Open. The women's category is serving up some unexpected matchup as the competition gets to the later stages, where the curtain will soon be drawn on it, anticipating or where it will make way for the next 1000 Masters ahead of the second Grand Slam of the year, which is the French Open. So there's a lot of actions. Formula One is not out of it. Now Max Verstappen will have to drive with Tsunoda towards the latter end of the season, as Liam Lawson was replaced. Just 2 races into the season, the man has been sent packing from Red Bull. So we are here to discuss all of this on today's edition of Today Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name is Reliable Reliance O'Daniel. I am your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. These days I'm being called the man Mr. B1 in the world of sport, and together we shall be having these conversations. Osasi Hime is here with me in the studio, including you listening to us from your various locations. And for the mothers, I learned today is Mother's Day, and I equally learned that Muslim brothers and sisters are celebrating the end of their fasting, so it's going to be more like a celebration of holiday for them. We wish you the very best of celebrations, but right now we are here to talk sports. Let's bring in Osas Ihemi. He's otherwise known as the demigod in the world of sports. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Reliance, and good afternoon to the people of Port Harcourt out there. You've already said it. Happy Mother's Day. I don't know if it's Mother's Day or Modern Sunday to all our mothers there. It's a beautiful time to celebrate you at this moment. Great things you're doing out there. If you're a lady, if you're a mother, great things you're doing out there even at this point. But it's good to be here again for us to delve into all that has to do with sports. What a Sunday it is. A beautiful experience in church. Got back, and here we are to continue the enjoyments.
So we have to cap things off here for you. If you went to church, if you didn't go to church, well, pick your Bible, stay close to your radio today at 95.1 FM. We're going to be preaching sports to you from now until the 6 o'clock hour. And we shall be making some Bible quotations when we quote the book of tennis. Or let's say in the book of tennis, chapter Novak Djokovic
you
versus...
are on your own on this one. Because I know the Bible says do not take out or do not add.
Yeah, you're in that regard, you're practically on your own, because we're quoting books of sports right here. So
but you said get your Bible and sit close to your radio.
There's a sport. If there's even sport in the Bible, don't you know that? You didn't have an idea there's sport in the Bible?
I don't know.
You didn't have an idea?
No.
Interesting. I think you need to. Your Sunday school teacher probably did not do so detailed work as supposed to do.
She'll come for you. She's listening.
Okay, interesting. So go back and do some more work, because this man should have known that there was sport in the Bible. Sports was practiced. Is there anything that's not been in the Bible? The Bible says that there's nothing new under the sun. So everything that is happening right now has had a startup point.
Let's stick to the Miami Open.
In those days.
At this point.
In those days. So definitely, if you pick a Bible close to you, we'll preach sports, all right? To supplement for your missing church today for whatever reason it is. But trust us, we'll be here from now until 6 o'clock. We'll be talking sports, talking other sports, talking football, talking Nigerian football, talking national team football, talking major talking points that is in sports. All right, we'll serve you the very best, to the best, even more than the best of our abilities. Nelson Odia walks into the studio majestically, donning a black and black. Is there a color for Modern Sunday, Osas?
No,
There's no color.
There's no special color for it.
Okay, I was wondering because Nelson wearing black on black.
Most guys, it's a guy color.
Exactly.
The dark colors are always for guys. Ask Diego Simeone, he will let you know.
So Reliance is done.
Yeah, he's in between.
What color is this? What color is this?
Peach. That's lighter than peach. I think that's a cream color or a very light shade of peach. But I don't think that's peach anyway.
Maybe it's not. It's
I
not.
could call it a cream color.
Cream.
Yes.
Okay. So that means Reliance is not a guy.
Yeah, he's in between the confused gender.
Please, the guy, please listen.
I'm a full-grown man.
Indeed.
Don't mind these people. Welcome, Nelson.
Thank you very much, Leanne. It's glad to be talking about once again. It's the weekend. Yesterday we saw a list of FA Cup games, quarterfinals. Nottingham Forest did it again. Penalty shootout. Credit to Martel's keeping out 2 penalties, and you will say yes, this man has been able to qualify himself as one of the best keepers in the Premier League at this era, at this point in time. Also to the Fulham team that lost 3-0 to Crystal Palace. We will say, well, the defensive acumen of Kevin Bassey, I don't know, I will not say it's a one-man team, but yes, it failed yesterday. The team was not hot-headed, but its international break is what it brought to many teams. You can see what Liverpool did last time out when they went first Nottingham for the international window, and they lost 1 to nothing. So it's international break fever, I'll put it that way, but credit to Nottingham Forest and Crystal Palace for going to Wembley, because it's a thing of joy for Nuno Esperantos, because he lost the same penalties in the Carabao Cup, and now he's winning a penalty shootout to a Brighton side, who you know that they are one of the strong forces to reckon with in the English Premier League. So it's a thing of joy for him, and I know that win alone prepared them to the finals alone. So I think let's just see what Nuno Esperanto have for this season. Either qualifying for the Champions League or at least giving them one trophy to say that yes, he did a very good job at Nottingham Forest. But this is Sunday, it's a fun-packed Sunday. We're expecting matches also today in various leagues and also in the FA Cup too. So enjoy the show as you kick in and bring you all exciting news in the world of sports.
If Manchester City wins the FA Cup and Arsenal did not win any trophy, I'm not saying Arsenal are still in the Champions League. Who has had a better season?
It's obviously going to be Manchester City.
Exactly.
Trophy is on the table to show for it. It's on the table to show for it. I'm not a preacher of finishing second and having a trophy for that. If Manchester City is able to close the season with a trophy, even if it's I don't want to say the Carabao Cup, but the FA Cup is highly prestigious also in the province of England. So if they finish up with that and Arsenal doesn't get anything at the end of the day, the only thing they're running for now is the UEFA Champions League. And yesterday we had a lot of Arsenal fans leaping for joy for the fact that it's under investigation and maybe the likes of Antonio Rudiger, Kylian Mbappe might be sanctioned for that quarterfinal clash. Some sort of joy, the same joy we had in Nigerians when they heard that Teboho Mokoena did take part in the game between South Africa and Lesotho, and he did that having been booked twice. Yeah, that's the same joy, but for Arsenal, who knows? I'm still not writing them out. Arsenal has everything it takes. Yes,
After all,
they have everything it takes.
After
to
the
knock
women
out.
counterpart did it against the same Real Madrid family.
So
They came back from a 2-0 down.
And good enough for Bukayo Saka.
He's back.
Is back.
So imagine a Real Madrid without Kylian Mbappe, Antonio Rudiger, Dani Ceballos.
The Real Madrid I'm even looking at now, I'm not even looking that way. The Real Madrid with all of them, Arsenal can still beat them. If you did see Real Madrid yesterday struggling to get a win over
Leganes.
Leganes, low place Leganes, 3-2. Leganes had to come lead Madrid before the halftime, 2-1, and they had to fight from nowhere to ensure that they keep up with the race or
with
keep
Kylian
up with
Mbappe
scoring
a
Kylian
brace.
Mbappe scoring a brace. So it's very possible that Arsenal could. It depends on the circumstances that they find themselves.
Okay.
Yeah, you understand what that means. So
let's talk the Niger Delta Sport Festival. I started the trouble by asking that question, but we'll get to that side of the conversation much later on the show. Talk about it's likely gonna have a better season between the draw of Arsenal and Manchester City if one comes home with a trophy. That's the only trophy on the table for City to chase. Aside that, could be a trophy season if they get knocked out. They're playing Bournemouth today, yeah?
Yeah.
They get knocked out by Bournemouth. But for Nigerians, they anticipated to see 3 Nigerians into the semis. Unfortunately, Calvin Bassey and Alex Iwobi will not be there, but there's Ola Aina there with Nottingham Forest, so still something to celebrate. Let's talk about the Niger Delta Sport Festival. Like I said, it's just a couple of days before the kickoff in Uyo, and the organizers have sealed a landmark deal with Premium Trust Bank as the late corporate sponsor in a move aimed at fostering sport talent development across the oil-rich region. At a ceremony held at the bank's headquarters in Lagos, Niger Delta Development Commission Chairman Chinedu Ebie said that the partnership will bolster the Commission's strategy to utilize sports as a vehicle for human capital development while creating pathways for discovered talents to participate in international competitions. He said, "We are interested in human capital development and we recognize that we can use sports to drive it. We want to institutionalize the games for its sustenance. With the support of Premium Trust Bank, we can support the athletes to attend international meets." The chairman, main organizing committee, Alabo Iyaye, expressed enthusiasm about the collaboration, noting its potential impact on youth development in the region. "I'm happy that Premium Trust Bank is partnering with us. We realize there is a lacuna in our sport and we need to cover the gap to bring our youth to nurture their talent. This is an opportunity to discover and nurture talent from the creeks and the communities and hand over them to the National Sport Commission to groom," Iyaye stated. He further noted that the initiative would help address security challenges in the Niger Delta, suggesting that engaging youths and young people in sports could deter criminal activities. The game provides an opportunity to curb criminality in the region because if the athletes are busy, they will not have time to engage in criminality, he stated. So they've secured partnership with Premium Trust Bank ahead of the commencement of the festival. That's talking about Niger Delta Sports Commission. And then there is also the trials that came to an end from respective Niger Delta states, and some of these governors promising to give financial benefits to their respective athletes if they do well. The Niger Delta Sports Festival slated to start on the 1st of April. So we are being joined on the line by the chairman, Sub-Media Committee of the Niger Delta Sport Festival, Mr. Harry Iwola is on the line. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
How is your Sunday going?
Well, as part of the preparations to have a very, very good festival, we are here at the Goswin Aquabio Stadium, doing some track walks here anyway.
Interesting. I was going to ask you if you were already in New York already. If you were not already in New York, I would just scream here, because why wouldn't you be in New York already? It's just about a couple of hours before the flag off of the much anticipated Niger Delta Sports Festival. So imagine the chairman of the Sub Media Committee not on ground. I mean,
yeah, we've been on ground for almost a week now, and those who have been on ground for more than a week.
So we are here. It's 1st of April, and today is the 30th day of the month of March. So barely 48 hours to the flagging off of the inaugural edition of the Niger Delta Sports Festival. It means we are into the final phase of preparations. In fact, it shouldn't be preparations anymore. It should be wrapping up things, crossing the I's and dotting the T's in areas where expected. How is that going?
Yes, I would have wished that we were having a video call and I would have shown you the renewed tracks of the Gospel at Babio Stadium. Yes, you'd have seen that they are actually crossing the T's now and dotting the I's because the track is fully marked and ready. It's had undergone some repairs, which was done in the last couple of days. But today is, like you said, the finishing touches are being put. And let me tell you that as how ready we are, Ondo State contingent are being expected today. And of course, they are going to go straight into where the accommodation has been provided for. So that tells you that the festival is already here with us because we're already expecting some of the teams to arrive.
All right. That's quite.
And that's a breaking story from your station because nobody has heard about this arrival of Ondo State contingents.
Interesting. That's why today 95.1 FM is always on hand to ensure proper reportage. Thank you very much for that breaking story. And that's why we always urge our listeners to keep it locked on this dial. So the contingent arriving today, and of course, let me do a cross-regional, should I say, conversation at this point. The Southwest Games came to an end just about 2 days ago. I think that was on Friday, while the sports festival for Niger Delta region kicks off on the 1st of next month. Is there any interrelationship? Because it was the inaugural edition in the Southwest Games, and it's going to be inaugural edition as well for the Niger Delta Sports Festival. Is there any interrelationship?
Well, the Niger Delta Sports Festival is actually the very first that was broached, but I'm sure the Southwest Games probably only had traction within the Southwest. And if you have gone through the media in the last couple of days or weeks, it has been all about the Niger Delta Sports Festival. So we are happy for them to have held theirs, and obviously probably it was over a few days. I mean, nothing wrong with that. But this is for what some people have described as a mini Olympics because over 3,000 athletes, 500 technical officials, media will be converging on Port Uyo here. Hotels are already experiencing a boom because they have been locked down by those who are going to come and, of course, by the organizers. So what we're doing here is very exceptional. It's not any an anyhow organization of a sports festival. So we are proud of what we are doing, and we also encourage other regions to take a cue. I'm sure at the end of this event, a whole lot of federations will be happy because their athletes would have had some grooming that they never in the past had the opportunity to do.
So when you talk about grooming, we are talking about a system in place for these athletes to be nurtured, not just within the festival, even after the festival, because I could recall a couple of days ago during inspection tour of the facilities in Uyo by the chairman men organizing committee, Alabo Eyaye, that was on Tuesday. He talked about that this is not going to be a one-off and that athletes discovered will be nurtured and groomed going forward. So it's not just going to be a case where they are discovered and they are abandoned. There's going to be a system in place. So let's talk about that system. What kind of system are we envisaging that will help these athletes that will be discovered definitely to continue nurturing them and grooming them to stardom?
Yeah, to start with, you know, the process that has led to Uyo didn't begin just asking the states to bring their contingent. It started with local government trials, and that means it penetrated the inner places of the 9 states. From the local government trials, they came to the state finals, and it is those who made it at the state finals that are coming to you. So what am I saying to you? Those who ordinarily wouldn't have had the opportunity of going to the state capital to do competition, to take part in competitions, it was taken to their own domain. And then, of course, that's how we have said we are fishing out talents that otherwise wouldn't have had the opportunity to compete. And like the chairman of the main organizing committee said, we look forward to discovering talents here that will go on to be at the national level and, of course, international level. And that is the reason we have what we call a scouting and mentorship committee headed by Godwin Enahina, a very known journalist and a club administrator in Lagos.
Yeah.
He has been chairman of MFM Sporting Lagos. And, of course, MFM has a basketball club and the athletics club and tennis club. So he has been through the mills. And joining him in that committee are also renowned football scouts, somebody like Paul Ojo. So these are the reasons. I mean, they are going to watch almost every event and then scout there. So those identified are those that the NDDC, through the sports festival, will also project and support for their national careers.
That's interesting. That's quite interesting. And of course, athletes in Rivers State and beyond, in fact, athletes in the Niger Delta region who are listening to this program at this point cannot wait to set their foot on Uyo to get started and give their very best, ensuring that or knowing that there is a system in place to continue developing them. Let's talk about the architecture of that system, because again, in Nigeria, we've seen competitions, we've seen developments like this spring forward, maybe not as big as the Niger Delta Sport Festival, but they spring forward with so many promises, and afterwards, in the end, it becomes just about the festival, just about the competition. So talk to us through about the architecture of that system that will groom these athletes going forward. Are we looking at for instance, now are we looking at after the festival, there will be maybe leagues scattered across Niger Delta where they will participate, or there will be, so there ought to be an architecture in place, the structure of this system that will help the grooming of these talents. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, the much I can say is that the committee that was set up for this, the scouting and mentoring committee, are in a better position for now to give detailed plan of what they intend to do. And setting up that committee is not an accident. I'm sure even at the national level, when they go for National Sports Festival, they don't have this kind of scouting and mentorship committee. So that we set it up is the first step. And then they are also the ones to make recommendation to the NDDC board on how to go ahead with the grooming and, of course, support for the athletes. So that will be discovered. Like I said again, Paul Ojo is a renowned football scout, and he has facilitated the transfer of over 200 players from Nigeria to clubs all over the world. So perhaps when he also spots a player in football category, spots a player, I'm sure he will also make sure that such a player is either placed in a club locally or taken out of the country.
All right. So indirectly, you are saying that we should get going and Agana to join us on this show one of these days to talk to us properly, because that's his own area of specialty as far as the Niger Delta Sport Festival is concerned. We'll do that in a couple of days' time. Now, what athletes or what many persons always decry when there is events like this, even some athletes will also decry, will be facilities, that is welfare facilities, let me put it like that. I'm talking about accommodations and all. I mean, the last National Sports Festival was not devoid of complaints from athletes. I know you do have some standard facilities regarding that. I understand it's going to be the Dakada Skill Acquisition Center that will be used to accommodate about 5 states out of the 9 and all. What has the local organizing committee done to ensure that the facilities that will accommodate these athletes will not lead to outcry in terms of complaints and all of that? I'm very certain that the committee will not want, the organizers will not want that kind of message to go all out. So they will do their very best to ensure that the accommodation facilities is in consideration, in total consideration of the welfare of the athletes.
Well, we have been going around Uyo, particularly in the last over a month now, trying to make sure that we selected the best places. And if you get to the Dakada Skill Acquisition Center, you will think it's a university. They just had their the first ever graduation last Saturday. So if such a facility can host students, let me paint a picture for you. inside that Dakada Skill Acquisition Center, they have conveniences. I mean, toilets and bathrooms that serves a maximum of 6 persons. So that speaks to about the cleanliness and the environment itself. If you go to the Cornell Secondary School, where the other contingents will be also accommodated, we have done a whole lot of renovation work there, putting nets in the windows and then the doors. And of course, every athlete will be issued a mosquito net that they will take home after the tournament. So these are some of the things. And of course, we have arranged for caterers who provide breakfast at the camps, lunch at the competition venues, and dinner at the camps. Everything has been ensured, especially after the visit of Alabo Bomayayi. He gave further instructions on how to improve on the welfare of athletes. And let me tell you that unlike other festivals, these athletes are to be fed by the organizing committee and paid allowances. So it is not just for them to come. They are going to receive daily allowances. They will be fed. And of course, transportation has been arranged very well for them to move from hostels to venue for their competitions. So we don't expect any complaints. We don't. Of course, you can't have it 100%, but what we have done is to ensure that every possible negative experience is reduced to the minimum.
Okay, when a man hears money, there's this sudden adrenaline rush. There's this sudden hormone that acts when money is being mentioned. And I mean, for the athletes to hear that they're going to be paid daily allowances and be fed, I mean, that should be some good news. They should be celebrating inside their mind, being determined to go out there and give their very best. But how about winners of medals? Are there something like prize monies for them? For instance, I understand that the governor of Akwa Ibom State, for instance, has promised some amount of monies to be given to athletes. That of Abia State, Alex Oti, has done the same thing, and a couple of states like that. But for the organizers, if you're a gold medalist, is there anything financial?
There is for the gold, silver, and bronze, and the co-chairman of the organizing committee, Ichiako Ipopo, has elected to keep that under wraps. Perhaps maybe on the opening day that will be announced. But as at now, what he has given the assurance that there will be cash rewards. And let me also add that even the process of paying these allowances has been fine-tuned. Our lead sponsor, Premium Trust Bank, will have to open an account for every of the athletes when they arrive. So through that account, they will be paid the allowances. It's a seamless process that they are going to. Nobody needs to go and queue to receive anything. It will just be you receiving your alert on your bank accounts.
And athletes will not come afterward and say, I did not receive my honor. Recall what happened at the Olympics, where some athletes were said not to have received what was due them from the say from the National Olympics Committee or the I don't know, the then sports ministry. So the Niger Delta Sports Festival would not have any of that, with Premium Trust Bank coming in and having an account. So it's just going to be more like a transfer. So athletes wouldn't have to come afterward and say, I did not see my owner, something like that.
Because the bank will provide evidence of the transfers. And then, mind you also, the athletes are actually supposed to be paid by their respective states.
Yeah.
But the NDSF organizing committee elected to do this. And that's part of the empowerment the NDDC is doing through sports, because they have always been doing roads, schools, education, electricity, and stuff like that. But this time, they've elected to engage through sports, and that is the one that has direct impact on the youths in the region.
All right, that's very much great. And the next question I'm going to ask, probably the chairman main organizing committee would have been better placed to answer it, but of course, as the person heading the sub media committee, I'm sure you're very much armed with enough information. Niger Delta Development Commission has always been known for construction of roads, scholarship for students of the region. What again? Maybe skill acquisition centers and all. What birthed this process, this thought of having a sport festival?
Yeah, remember this is their 25th anniversary, and it's pleased the board. It pleased the board to this time say, how do we reach out and do much more? Because their job or their mandate is to improve lives in the mandate states. So, and they found out that over the years, 70 to even 80% of athletes that represent Nigeria come from the Niger Delta region. The Blessing of Kabwere, the Victor Beba, Wakano, Amunike, Finidi George, Tamunosiki from River State, and Bresno Burodudu from Bayelsa.
Yeah.
So they decided that, look, we also need to regenerate and get more athletes who would take over from those who have already been on the field. And the best way to do this, like we said, is through this festival and then through the post-festival support. So that is one of the major reasons they have come into sports. And they also found out that sports is a far more reaching platform to engage youths, give them career opportunities in sports. Not everyone will be successful in education. Not everyone will even be successful in skill acquisition. So sports is what some people is one of the easiest routes to uplifting people. So that is the reason they identify sports as another area to embark on in their intervention roles.
Okay, that's thoughtful. That's thoughtful. How much has the National Sports Commission has to do with this? That's the umbrella body governing sport in the country. To the best of my knowledge, the chairman of the NSC should be in the flag. But how much support has the NDSF organizers has from the National Sports Commission?
They have been very, very supportive and cooperating. And remember that most of the sports federations are part of the National Sports Commission. So the technical officials we'll have here are coming from these federations. Who else? I mean, if we don't have their support, we won't have those technical officials coming here. So it means that this festival has been authorized and sanctioned by the National Sports Commission through their federations. So, and like you said, he's coming here to represent the president, who also has endorsed the festival. We saw an official communication between the president and the National Sports Commission chairman directing him to be his representative at the festival. So he's not just coming here as the Sports Commission chairman, he's coming here as a representative of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
All right, in case you're just joining us, we are talking about the Niger Delta Sport Festival slated for you starting 1st of April 2025. And we do have the chairman, Sub-Media Organizing Committee, in the person of Mr. Harry Iwara on the line talking to us, giving us latest updates. And, of course, the last phase of preparations ongoing, finishing touches on areas needed before the commencement of the festival proper. Now, let's talk about the future of the Niger Delta Sport Festival. What's the guarantee? Yes, the chairman talked about it, but we know how it is. We know how the system is in Nigeria regarding people in office. Probably the people who thought it wise to introduce this and convince the executive board of the NDDC to implement this might not be in office, let's say, in the next 4 years or 3 years, as the case may be. New personnel come in and all. So what's the guarantee that this is not going to be a one-off from what you've seen thus far?
Well, the guarantee that the NDDC are still building roads, building hospitals, giving scholarships, and intervening in providing electricity also means that this board adopted what others have been doing. So I don't see how, if they continue to what was being done in the past, it becomes a policy of the commission, and incoming boards will also look through their files and say, okay, this is what this board has been doing. Sometimes they may come in to say, okay, we'll fine-tune what is going on. Maybe, for instance, you're asking about prize money. They could decide that, okay, part of their way of going to do this is to increase the prize money. They can also increase the number of competitions. At this moment, we'll have 17. So there's a whole lot more to do with this festival in the future. And it's a festival that everyone has welcomed. And then, of course, you can see that Southwest have also joined the queue. They have, in the next couple of months or years, you'll start hearing the Northeastern Region Sports Festival, the Northwest Sports Festival. etc., etc. So, yeah, when you see a noble cause, you don't just blindside it.
Great. Let's say you talked about the Niger Delta region as the hub of sports or discovering sporting talent. Of course, you mentioned so many talents who have been discovered from this region, and they've gone on to become great athletes both nationally and internationally. Let's say we're supposed to have a cross-regional festival. Now, what do I mean here? This is me thinking. So the Southwest produce their gold medalists in their respective sports. The other regions in the North produce
No.
theirs.
Let me come in here. The National Sports Festival will serve that purpose. And of course, you're going to have the National Sports Festival by next month, May. So, I mean, there won't be any need. But of course, if the respective regions decide that they want to do something outside of the National Sports Festival, all well and good. I mean, because what it means is that more opportunities are being presented to athletes to hone their skills and advance their career.
Okay, that's great. So we've talked about the athletes, their welfare, and how they are, good things are in place for them. I want to believe, because I cannot leave out my own constituency, which is the media. I want to believe the media will also have some good time covering the Niger Delta Sport Festival.
Yes, we have already started this by asking the media to apply for accreditation through the NDSF website. And then, of course, we're going to have a media center at each of the venues, particularly at the Dan Godwin Akpabio Stadium. We are going to have a media center that is equipped with internet for those who want to do some jobs inside the media center. And the accreditation also will notate access to locations where the media are allowed. Our projection is that not fewer than 100 media persons will be here. So we are prepared to receive them. We are prepared to support in any way possible.
All right. That sounds very much great. So just before we let you go, because from what we can hear in the background, you are actually in a very busy center trying to do a few things just to ensure that everything is in place. Now, what is one thing that is unique about this Niger Delta Sports Festival that should lure everyone? Go to Akwa Ibom State, make it your center of tourism for the next couple of days. Go there, sit tight, enjoy the festival, enjoy performances from the athletes. What's that one thing?
Well, this again will be a breaking story for your station, because nobody has heard this. The headline artist for the opening ceremony will be Fino. Then, of course, you have Duncan Mighty from River State. You have Timaya from Bayelsa. There are also so many other artists penciled down from all the 9 states of the Niger Delta region. They will be performing on the opening ceremony. And of course, on 7th of April, we're going to have a cultural festival, which will be a festival of music, comedy, and all that is about entertainment. And a very renowned events management person in the person of Edi Lawani is handling that for the organizing committee. So, like I said, it's going to be sports, entertainment, and culture all mixed together.
Wow, Fino, Timaya, and Duncan Mighty. Interesting times. I mean, these are giants when it comes to Nigerian music industry. Of course, they are international artists, so that should be some attraction for anyone to go to Akwa Ibom and enjoy themselves. Then, how about the area? Yes, the Niger Delta Development Commission is there to enhance the welfare of people in the region.
With apologies, I don't know. I may have to go now. I'm receiving a very important call.
Okay.
So please,
okay.
I appreciate the time we have spent together. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's quite understandable. So thank you very much, Harry Iwala, Chairman, Sub Media Committee of the Niger Delta Sport Festival. Thank you for joining us on the show this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right.
My pleasure.
Do have a great day in Akwa Ibom State. Okay, so that was the chairman, Sub-Media Committee of the Niger Delta Sports Festival, talking to us about the last lap of preparations and what to expect from the Niger Delta Sports Festival. And you've heard it all. Osas looks like a very, what's the word? what's the word? A very properly planned,
and well organized venture. Yes, definitely. It's what you get when you have the Niger Delta Development Commission put their hands to work. We've seen them over the years, how they've been able to affect various areas, coming from education, coming from infrastructural development, and this is a period where they want to put their hands into sports, and they are doing it not just the usual way, but doing it with some sort of expertise at this point. And that is one thing that we always clamor for right here in these sub-region of the Niger Delta. Let's get these things, because we know that the Niger Delta is littered with so much of talent from the possibly the 9 states that make up the Niger Delta, littered with so much of talents waiting for harnessing, and this is just the best you can get at this point when it has to do with sports right here in the Niger Delta. You're going to see what this Niger Delta Sports Festival is going to do come a year or two going ahead. I just pray that the strength is provided and given to them. The enablement is given to them. That's talking about the organizers to continue with this going ahead. I was on the show last week when I spoke with Henry. I was talking with Henry, and we looked at why the Southern African part of football in Africa is developing, why the Eastern African part is also developing in football. It's because they have decided to draw these developmental ventures down to the grassroots. Now you have the COSAFA Cup and all of that, meaning they are always in action continuously. It's not a case of do it this month, then you go on a hiatus for the next 3 or 4 months before you return again. But I think with this, you're going to be keeping or bringing the athletes in Niger Delta into that circle where they continue to be part of competitions, they continue to flex their muscles, they continue to make use of their God-given talent. And if this, they say, what you practice, you get perfect with. So if you keep them around the corridors of continuous sporting exercises in the frame of competitions like this in between, because now you look at it, the Niger Delta Sports Festival will be done and dusted, and almost immediately in a few weeks or months, you're going to be going into the National Sports Festival. That's the same athletes going into the National Sports Festival. Now imagine if there is some other competition around, maybe created by the Niger Delta or the states or even the nation as a whole, to add to the National Sports Festival. They move into that. Now look at it. Athletes who move from the Niger Delta Sports Festival to the National Sports Festival to any other competition, maybe 3 or 4, before they go out to any of the international competitions, tell me they will not perform beyond expectations. Tell me they will not give a top-notch performance out there. They will definitely give a top-notch performance out there, because you've kept them in motion, you've kept them continuously in the build-up, the development, and you see the result coming through. So with ventures like this, kudos to the Niger Delta Development Commission. We're going to be seeing Nigeria come back into where they are supposed to be when it has to do with global sports.
If I leave Nelson, he will want to travel to Akwa Ibom and participate as an athlete. I mean,
Indeed, of course.
you're talking about even the National Sport
Festival.
I almost say National Sport Commission.
National
The National
Sports
Sports Festival does not have prize monies for medalists from the organizers. It always states who say, okay, 1,000 whatever currency for maybe 1,000 naira for, it's not okay. Let me leave figures alone. XYZ amount of naira for gold and all. But you're talking about a festival with prize money, although he didn't disclose, because he said that the co-chairman of the local organizing committee in let me not pronounce the name. The name is always a bit difficult for me. Now, he said that he has that under wraps, and probably it will be pronounced the day of the flagging of the opening ceremony, where there will be Fino, Duncan, Mighty, Timaya. So you're looking at that and you're thinking, this is some intentional move to really enhance these athletes, Nelson.
Of course, yes, it's a little bit move to enhance that level, because if you look at other Eastern countries, like Osas have said, other Southern countries, they are starting from the grassroots. They are looking at going to the home base, not always hoping on the athletes abroad. Like in football, let me just use football as a case study. For example, we were talking the other day in the studio where how many of our under 17 players, the likes of, let's say, those days when we had, yes, Mikel Obi came from the under 17, and that's the only person that we saw from the ranks, 17, 20 to the big stage. How many of your under 17 players we have in our girls or in our female side or in our male side that turn out to play for the Super Eagles when time comes? How many of these players turn out to play? It's only few that you see, the likes of Chukwueze, the likes of Awoni and Victor Osimhen that you saw in under 17 that came up to Nigeria setup. But most of them, they always depend on outside. They always want to say, okay, let's look at someone who has already been groomed outside and let's bring him in. Meanwhile, we have a lot of athletes out there. We have a lot of swimmers. Only our state alone, we have a lot of good swimmers, but they don't have the platform to showcase their talent. That's what this Elendeta Sports Festival is all about. Is to bring in talent. You don't have to always hope on Bro Dudu, bless Bro Dudu. You don't have to always wait for the likes of who will I call again in the athletics world again that is very, very famous. It's escaping my mind.
You can call them Ese Brume.
Ese Brume. So we don't have to wait for all those people because most of them, even people of Philly, let's not lie, she's not in the States. She's not always in the States. She's based in London. She does all her training there in London. But if we have a lot of athletes in here that if people of Philly can't turn up, at least name just call it maybe likes of Chidima. It's just a name, obviously. Just likes of Reliance can turn up, likes of Osas can turn up and do the events well. So I think it's a very good this thing, but it's about the consistency. Can we keep this up going? It's not that this is this happened only once and it will just vanish. So it's about keeping it in the banks. It's about bringing out more sponsors, bringing out more private firms, bringing out more athletes in the country. It's starting from the grassroots. Yes, the northern and the southern people are ahead of us right now, based on the fact that we do not have grassroots levels of athletes that can be able to represent us in that big stage. The likes of we went to the last Olympics, no medal to show for it, and it's very, very disgraceful. So I think starting from the grassroots, we will now have the next football field. We will now have the likes of Blessing Obodudu, and we will now have the next big thing, the next Choma Junwa, because all those athletes I mentioned, yes, Choma Junwa started from the grassroots here. So we need to find athletes that are good in our grassroots, and what can they be able to find these people is to show them a platform that can be able to showcase their talent, and this platform is a very good one for them to showcase their talent. And if they can be able to build on this, like bringing, this is the first edition, next edition should come again next time, the next one should come again, we will see a lot of athletes that we can back on and say, yes, if Ophil is not there, someone can replace her. So I think it's a good one from the Nigeria Delta Sports Commission. But it's consistency. If Nigeria and these people can be able to be consistent and keep it for the longest, we will have a lot of athletes that will say, Nigeria have a lot of talent, and swimmers. We should be carrying first in swimming in when it comes to swimming competitions in the world. I don't know why it's like this. So I think it's a platform for us to showcase our talents, and it's a good one.
All right, it's a platform for Nigeria, or let's say athletes from the Niger Delta region, to showcase their talents. I just saw something which I showed the SARS. So if you look at that, you get depressed.
Yes, you get depressed when you're trying to get views and someone is like getting them in their millions. That's what happens when you share a handshake with Cristiano Ronaldo. It boosts your life.
Honestly speaking. All right, so that was on a lighter note anyway. So what do you make of the Niger Delta Sport Festival? Yes, the chairman of the main organizing committee did mention that it's here to stay. It's going to be continuous, and they have a structure in place to continue to discover this talent and groom them to stardom. What do you make of it? And we've given you some breaking stories, some breaking news regarding the festival because of the interview we had with the chairman sub-media committee of the festival, Mr. Harry Iwala. It's a regular name, maybe not in festival, but in Nigerian football is a regular name. So we talked to him about it, and he did give us some revelations, some breaking stories regarding the festival and all of that. So what do you make of the development from the Niger Delta region? Are you one of those who strongly believe that this is a welcome development? It's here to stay? What's your thoughts regarding this? Let's know. Use the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962. Let's talk about table tennis now. Nigeria's table tennis star Quadri Aruna suffered an early exit at the maiden WTT star contender Chennai in India after a 3-0 loss to Chinese Taipei player and world number 58 Feng Ying Sing in the round of 32 on Friday. It was not a good outing for Aruna, who was torn by the 22-year-old 13-11, 11-8, 11-8 in the second round. The former WTT youth champion curtailed Aruna in their maiden encounter, recording his first win against the highest-ranked African in the world. While Aruna was drawn by into the round, Ye Singh had sent the number 4 seed in the tournament a note of warning when he dispatched Belgium's Adrien Rasenfosi 3-0 in the scoreline of 11-6, 11-8, 11-19 in just 20 minutes to emerge as Aruna's opponent on Thursday. Probably Aruna didn't see the warning coming, and that's how it ended for him, because the 36-year-old Aruna has now played in 3 WTT events this year, with his semi-final finish in the WTT Star Contender in Doha, where he lost in straight sets to Japanese sensation Tomokazu Harimoto, being his best run. Meanwhile, 2025 African Cup champion Omar Sarr of Egypt began his campaign at the event with a convincing victory in the first round of the men's singles at the Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium in India. 36-year-old against a 22-year-old. And then it was the player with the younger blood who emerged victorious. The highest win has ever had against the highest ranked player in Africa happened to be Aruna Quadri. Osas is 36. You see this and some other events where Aruna Quadri has been evicted in the earlier rounds, and you're thinking of, I mean, by some players about 10 years younger than he is. There's a player who's about 14 years younger than he is, and you're thinking Aruna should be considering retirement.
Yeah, I think so. No, but he has got a lot to offer still to the world of table tennis. The experience is there. I think what Haruna needs is a bit of psyching, a psychological boost for him at this point, because there was a step up in his performance. He had a down point, then towards the middle of last year there was a bit of step up, and now it dropped again. We saw him in the last what's it called, the African Table Tennis Championship, where he lost to Oman Nassar that was the semi-final stage or thereabouts. We expected big things from him, because in the build-up to that he had been on a good run of form, but it's one thing that tells you that you can't cheat age. Age is not what you can cheat at this point. His age is no longer on his side. Most likely, when you step into this form or this part of your career as a sportsman, where you get into your early 30s or mid 30s, it begins to tell on you. Good enough he's not in the much of mobile kind of sport, like football or table tennis or tennis itself, else he would have been fizzled off quicker than it is at this point. But it goes a long way to tell you that Haruna's time is being numbered. It goes a long way to tell you that the man has done his bits. You can't take away his legacy at this point. So what is important right now is towards the twilight of his career, how much or how well have you been able to groom someone who can take over from you? Yeah, I hear his children, the son, the daughter, they are all doing big things, winning junior championship or finishing on the podium in junior championships. The last time was in Portugal, and it goes a long way to tell you that's fine. We've got the fate of table tennis in Nigeria, or the fate of Nigerian table tennis is in good hands. Good enough, it's a case of like father, like the kids. They definitely will be stepping into that big shoe that their dad will be leaving behind. But for now, I think he just needs to see off his the remaining part of his table tennis career easily. I don't think he should be pushing himself too hard to maybe get those laurels. You haven't gotten them even when you are younger. So I think what you need to do right now is continue to impute what you have with your experience into the sport of table tennis, and wait for the time when the body can't carry again, the legs can't carry again. Then you can say goodbye to the sport, but your legacy still remains.
I think let me just chip in a little bit. I
That's
think
the voice of Benjamin Mina, by the way.
yeah, I think you look at Aruna Kodri. I think it's hard time Nigeria gets to look at post Aruna Kodri because sports is one thing that it's something that it works with age. If I'd have to put it that way, it works with age, regardless of the sports you play. Yeah, I also talked about not table tennis not really being that much of how will I put it, a more physical sports. But I think every sport is physical. That's the truth. There's a sport that we keep seeing every day. It's slapping sports. It's still physical. Everything is physical. So the truth is, Nigeria needs to start looking about after his retirement. If before his retirement, yeah, the man has been giving us signs. These are signs. He lost in Egypt sometime last year to a younger opponent.
Yeah, he lost this year.
Now losing in the finals again. Now losing to Feng Yingshin. I think the truth is we need to start looking, and that's the reason why there's this festival called the Niger Delta Sports Festival. These are things that we need to, as a nation, in our sports, in our sports side of Nigeria, we need to start doing things like this because our athletes are, whether we like it or not, we can't be relying on them over and over and over again. We talked about people retiring, our athletes retiring, who is the next Favor Philly, who is the next this, who is the next that. It becomes a problem for us as a nation in our sports industry. So we need to start looking at post eras of these greats in terms of not just table tennis, not just Aruna Quadri right now, but in terms of all departments in sports. We talked about in swimming. We as a nation, we are supposed to be, being on top of the podium for swimming in Africa and the world at large. But is that the case? No, that's not the case. So which means we are doing something wrong. So as a nation, we need to start looking at post eras. When these men retires, what next? Yeah, we could say the man has tried to groom his children to start doing this, but can we rely just on his children? The answer is no. I don't see anything wrong in going to the Olympics and we've got 3-4 athletes competing in one event. We've seen that in Jamaica. We've seen that in the US. In the country where US gets Olympics, where US get to compete, 3 athletes or 2 athletes get to compete in one race. So it's something that is doable for Nigeria if we really put our hearts together to do it.
All right, but what's the difficulty of having some other athletes who are currently playing stepping up? I could recall Segun Toriola. Segun Toriola was a force in Nigerian table tennis before retirement. He has gone on to have great feats in table tennis. Recorded 2008 Summer Olympics in Beijing. He defeated world number 1, although he only finished at the quarterfinals. I think in the round of 16 where he was knocked out. If you go to the All Africa Games, a lot of championship. So it was like the go-to table tennis player that period when it comes to Nigeria. He dominated Africa. Like, he had this dominion over Africa for more than how many years. He remained as world number 1 until after sometimes 2008, that's when he was unseated as world number 1 in Africa and all of that stuff, after staying there from the 90s into the 2000s. Now, when Segun Toriola retired, then came Aruna Quadri, who more or less looked like the next person. Aruna has dominated, no doubt about that. Then the Egyptian found a way to revive their table tennis, and they are like the go-to region, or let's say the go-to country in Africa when it comes to table tennis. And then there's also Olajide Omotayo, who is just around the corner, and some other table tennis players like that. And you're thinking, what's the difficulty in Olajide Omotayo? I don't think he's based in Nigeria. What's the difficulty in this guy? I think he's based in Italy. Stepping into the feet or into the shoe, or maybe not stepping into the shoe, because sometimes it becomes very difficult for athletes to feel in another person's shoes, like asking somebody to step into JJ Okocha's shoe since he retired. That's a very difficult one to ask for anybody, any football player. So what's the difficulty of having someone who is like at the brink of challenging Aruna Quadri when it comes to table tennis dominance and representation for Nigeria ourselves?
I think we've got players who are, young and coming. The issue we're having is we let a kind of empty space between Haruna Quadri, between the two generations. Yes, we let a bit of empty space. That's why I want to say kudos to competitions like the Molade Okoya Thompson's Cup for discovering some young talent. There's this 19-year-old that's Matthew Kuti doing big things there. We also have Muis Degoke. Matthew Kuti won the Molade Okoya Thompson Cup that was earlier on this year, and you could see that he has gone a long way to even winning tournaments in Africa here, the under-19 tournament in Africa here. So you can see that the issue we had or we are having is the fact that we've got greats like Haruna Quadri, but what happens while they are existing? There is no plan to get someone who would walk with them, because before you step into someone's shoes, you definitely must have walked with them the road to understand how they maneuver with those shoes. So we lost that part of it. It's just of recent that we are trying to get players who would come in and do the business, and it's quite unfortunate because those who have been doing it are now in their twilight, and that's the reason why you can see that it seems like Haruna is just the man going all and all and all. Even when he's getting old, he still has to be the one that carries the hope and the aspirations of most Nigerians in the world of table tennis. So I think that was where we lost it, but good enough, we have not lost all out. We are still having players who we can groom at this point, the likes of Matthew Kuti. If there is that continuous development in him before the next Olympic Games, definitely he would have come of age. Before the next ITTF table tennis championship in Africa here, he should have come of age, and he will be able to, if not be Haruna Quadri, he would also be a great of his own kind for Nigerian table tennis going forward. But I think Haruna, yes, has done his bit, but we still have the talent to bring people. We still have talents right here that can come in and still take it from where he stopped and continue.
All right, let's know your reactions regarding this. Do you think it's about time Haruna Quadri think of retirement? Do you think these are the signs and the Nigeria Table Tennis Federation must do something in haste to ensure there is a success or more like it? Because it doesn't look like Olajide Omatayo is stepping in quite good. Here there's Matthew Kuti. Of course, Matthew Kuti has won the under-13, under-11 WTT young contender that was held sometimes in Egypt, and has won, I think, about 2 or 3 African championship. That's at the youth level. How can these ones be groomed going forward? Do you think these are the signs that Haruna might have to quit the sport anytime soon? Let's have your contributions on the show. We started talking about the Niger Delta Sport Festival, where we had the sub-media committee chairman talk to us on the show, Harry Iwala. We move on to talk about table tennis right now, and we are asking the big question: what do you say? What's the future for Nigeria's table tennis with Haruna Quadri? These days, he gets easily beaten by younger table tennis players, some of them unranked. Unranked in tennis, we call it unseeded. But they come in there, they beat Africa's number 1.
It's not the first time it's going to be happening now. It happens even in the world of football.
But you see that these are upsets that happen once in a while. But when there's a consistency.
I don't know for Iga Swiatek, but there has been that consistency in upsetting her over the
recently. That's recently. So, and that's where it calls for concern. Because if you want to talk about tennis right now, you can equally call for concern and ask yourself, what's wrong with Iga Swiatek? Because again, upsets should happen once in a blue moon. We know that's why it's called upset. But when Iga, 2 tournaments ago, she was beaten by an unseeded player. The next tournament, she got exited in the early rounds. I mean, it calls for concern. The same thing with Haruna Quadri. If you look at the trajectory for the past couple of tournaments, you see that he has been, quote, easily beaten by younger players, some of them unranked.
But what do you expect with age not on his side? I think
does age really count so much when it comes
to he got to the finals?
Tennis?
Yes, it does. It does. But in as much as you're saying this, in as much as you
think before you recover your wins on their
so now I think in as much as you're saying yes, he's been beaten by unseeded players. What about the last African table tennis championship? He got to the finals and was beaten by Omar Asa. Omar Asa is not an unseated. He's not an unseated player.
There's been strong rivalry between himself and Omar Asa. That's understandable.
He's a big weight, heavyweight in the world of table tennis.
Okay, just look at. Maybe you might want to take a look at Aruna Quadri's last 5 major tournaments. Look at the performances.
Now, some of the tournaments he exited in the what's it called? On the global stage in the quarterfinals.
I think he got the WTT contender in Doha. He got to the semis.
Was that the semis?
Yeah, he got to the semis.
I thought this is the
and he became the I think the highest ranked African
on the global
there.
stage. So even if you are being beaten by a 19-year-old unseeded, an unseeded 19-year-old that gets to the semi-finals of the table tennis championship globally is seeded. He has seeded himself in. He's like an Alexandra Ayla at this point, who did defeat Iga Swiatek at the Miami Opens. Do you want to say you're going to take her for granted? No, she has done what even Coco Gauff could not do. Yes. So why would you want to look at her and say she's unseeded? It's like Emira Andreeva at this point. So I think it's a sport where you cannot predetermine, most especially when these young ones, they've gone through a lot. You look at them, yeah, they are young, but they've gone through a lot of patching up, a lot of training, a lot of regiments, a lot that has brought them so far to where they are at this point. So if they get to beat you as a big name in the world of table tennis or tennis, as the case may be, it's not out of place. After all, we have still seen Aruna Quadri come up after those beatings and still pull the weight in the next or subsequent tournament he gets to find himself. So it's part of the sport, and I want to cut him some slack because age is no longer on his side. If as a 32-year-old, if you are beaten by a 24-year-old, my brother, it's okay. It's like a Novak Djokovic being beaten by a Yannick Sinner. It's fine. But when you say you are a what's his name, the Great Britain, the Great Britain tennis player Andy Murray, and you are being beaten by a Matthew Del Potro. One Matthew Del Porto, and you are beaten by him, you are of the same age, and you are beating black by him, then I can say, there's something wrong with your game. But if he's beaten by Yannick Sinner is 150% in form. He's young. The odds are in his favor. So I think Haruna, as I said before, Haruna still has something to offer, but maybe not as the flag bearer, not as the sole expectation of Nigeria in the world of table tennis. He should be in the team to offer his experience and expertise to the young ones who would now be at the forefront or at the limelight in terms of getting those accolades for Nigeria in the world of table tennis. So that's exactly what I think. I think he has gotten to that point where he should start to consider how he's going to retire. Yes, and who is going to pass the baton over to at this point.
Okay, let's have your thoughts regarding that. Let's move on, guys. Let's talk about Formula One. We'll open the phone lines in a bit to have you talk to us. Let's talk about Formula One. Let's talk about Max Verstappen, the man with plenty teammates since he joined Red Bull in 2016. He has had how many? Daniel Ricciardo has been his teammate. Sergio Perez, that's the one that left before Liam Lawson was, I think Pierre Gasly. I think he has raced with Pierre Gasly as well. I'm going to confirm the teammate, but he has had plenty teammates. And for Liam Lawson, just 2 races into the season, they don't demote him. Bring Yuki Tsunoda to become Max Verstappen teammate. And you're asking yourself, is it that the teammates are not good enough?
No, it's not a case of. I think it's not a case of the teammates not being good enough. I think it's a case
Carlos
of
Sainz.
Yes, has been his teammate. Pierre Gasly,
Daniel Ricciardo.
Yes,
Pierre Gasly
in 2019.
Pierre Gasly.
Yeah, so
Alex Albon. So let's count, guys. Let's count. Let's do the counting.
5 in total.
5.
Yeah.
So we are looking at Carlos Sainz.
Sergio Perez.
No, let's have Daniel Ricciardo in 2016. Pierre Gasly,
Yeah.
Pierre Gasly next,
So,
Carlos
Carlos
Sainz,
Sainz,
Sergio Perez,
and now
Liam Lawson, and Yuki Tsunoda. 6. The man with plenty teammates in the space of how many years since 2016.
He's the only one even doing the most of the jobs in Red Bull. You look at the last season F1 races. You look at the standing. He was head to head with the Mercedes, the McLaren. Sorry, the likes of Oscar Piastri and what is this teammate's name again? I've forgotten. Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris. There were two heavyweights when it comes to last season Formula One races. You look at this Formula One season last time. It was only, yes, he had Sergio Perez. Sergio Perez was not coming in the top 3 spots. You always see him in the 6th, 8th, 7th, 10th sometimes, and you wonder, one man doing the bidding for himself and his constructor. That is a champion himself. And yes, I always criticize when Red Bull brought in Liam Lawson to take over him or challenge with him or be his teammates when it comes to the competition. I'm like, why don't you bring someone who can be able to compete with him? And Yuki Tsunoda was in my mind. When I heard that they are demoted him and brought in Yuki Tsunoda, I'm like, yes, this is what I wanted, because I want a situation whereby, yes, Max Verstappen is going in for maybe second seed, then in behind him is his teammates, which is Yuki Tsunoda, or he is in third, Yuki Tsunoda will be in second. So let that be a competition, so that it will be a difficult thing for McLaren to be in that Constructors' Championship once again. Because if you see these two drivers, Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris, they are very, very fierce drivers. Let me tell you the truth, because we watched out last season when it comes to a particular Grand Prix when Lando Norris had to allow Oscar Piastri win the championship, and I'm looking at the two of them together. I'm like, it's a very strong force. So they need a competition, and that competition would have been Lewis Hamilton and Charles Leclerc. But the complaint from these both drivers are becoming too much. They have complained, and you look as if they are not serious. It's time for another one to step over. It's time for a very magical duo to challenge these two. I was looking at the Mercedes drivers, George Russell, to do it, him and Kimi, but obviously they're not up for it. So it's either Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton, or since Red Bull have brought Yuki Tsunoda, let's see what the next Grand Prix will bring for us. If Yuki Tsunoda can be able to find that footing in the Red Bull constructor, I bet you the likes of Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri will be careful, because for the fact that the constructor championship will be at risk when Yuki Tsunoda is second, or when Yuki Tsunoda is fourth. The likes of Max Verstappen will be in third, and even if he will not be in that fourth or third position, at least he'll find himself in the top 6 or top 5. So that competition, or that competition, is what the fans want to see in Formula One. We don't want to see one name every time. We don't always see Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris. Let's see a different kind of name when it comes to competition. So it's obviously showing that the Red Bull principle, the Red Bull constructor want to do something different.
Why did they bring Lawson in the first place?
I think we're singing too much of Yuki Tsunoda at this point.
No, he's not singing too much.
You're singing too much of
the man
Yuki
has showed
Tsunoda.
himself.
How did he show himself? 89 races, no podium finish.
No podium finish.
Hold on.
It was under which constructor?
Hold on, before you call Yuki Tsunoda, what's under what construction? Where did Lewis Hamilton win his first
that is Lewis Hamilton. That's not Yuki Tsunoda.
How would you be talking about Yuki Tsunoda like you're talking about Lewis Hamilton? Yuki is just a normal driver. Now,
will you call him normal?
The issue here now is, do you want to compare Yuki Tsunoda and Sergio Perez?
Okay, you compare them.
You can't compare the both
yes,
of them.
but when was
Listen, you cannot compare Yuki Tsunoda and Sergio Perez at their prime. You can't compare Carlos Sainz and Sergio Perez at their primes. No, see, the reason why Yuki Tsunoda was
in the
brought
constructors?
in, sorry,
exactly. Is he in the constructors?
No, it's not a case of constructors. Even what's his name, Daniel Ricciardo. Now, the reason why you're seeing Yuki Tsunoda here now is because he belongs to RB Racing. RB Racing is a younger or a second fiddle to Red Bull. So now you definitely have to bring a driver from where you have. You can't go and pick a driver from outside, because the signing season is off and done.
Yeah, it's like the academy.
Yes, so it's just like the academy. So what you did, that's the same thing Mercedes did with Kimi Antonelli when he did come in. Now, if you look at constructors clearly, you will find out that Mercedes has hands in about 3 different constructors there. I think Haas is part of it. I'll confirm. I think Haas is part of it.
Haas is part of it, yes.
Yes. Being financed by Mercedes. What I mean is their engine is that of Mercedes. So that's the reason why you can see, for example, you can see an Oliver Behrman coming to stand in for Carlos Sainz. That was last season, from where he was racing. So that's the reason why Yuki came in. It's not as if we will be saying Yuki Tsunoda coming in at this point is going to. Max Verstappen is just a different kind on his own. Max Verstappen is one aggressive driver that I have seen this term.
So you're telling me that
what happened with Liam Lawson?
Five teammates have not been able to match.
No, you can't.
Mark, that's what you're telling me.
You can't match Mark because Mark is in a different league on his own.
Yes.
Mark is in a different league on his own. His driving expertise is one thing that you just cannot find easily. Now, the technique he uses. Watch Mark.
Are we still talking about the same Max Verstappen?
Exactly, the same Max Verstappen.
The same
surprising me.
Verstappen. The same
It's
Max
surprising me.
Verstappen. Sao Paulo Grand Prix.
I wish I
last
was on the other
season.
side.
Sao Paulo Grand Prix last season. Mark started 17th on the grid.
And
What happened?
How many challengers did he have in that
What
Grand
do
Prix?
you mean?
Hold
Lewis
on,
Hamilton
hold on.
was there.
Lewis Hamilton that was struggling,
Leclerc
struggling
was
with
there.
Mercedes.
Lando Norris at his prime was there. Oscar Piastri at his prime was there last season. That was
Last
when,
season
that was,
last season,
that was when-
exactly.
the same last season that he almost
During
lost
the
the
Sao
title
Paulo-
to Lando Norris.
Hold on. During the Sao Paulo Grand Prix, that was when McLaren were informed. McLaren were not informed in the early periods of last season.
That's what I'm saying. That the same last season that he almost lost the drivers' championship to
How
Lando
did he
Norris.
almost lose
He did
the
almost
drivers'
lose- he did
championship?
almost
Have you
lose
come
it,
up that they
yes.
were
Now,
calculations?
let me tell you, if there
That's
is-
what the end of the season we were doing calculations.
Yes, McLaren were on fire.
Okay.
I put it to you that any other driver that would have been in the seat for Red Bull at that point would have lost that drivers' championship. But look at how well Max Verstappen was able to manage the ending part of last season, even with the issues he had with the car. Red Bull, their engine were not as firing as it was at the beginning of the season. But Max was able to manage that. He started driving defensively. Check it properly. That was one of the reasons why he had a clash with Lewis Hamilton. His technique is just too top notch. He started driving defensively. I'm telling you what is obtainable.
I believe you are saying this based on the fact that
managing-
right now there are not much competitors when it comes to the Formula One anymore.
How would you say there are no much competitors?
Yes,
What are you
there
saying?
much,
What are you
Charles
saying?
Leclerc in Ferrari. Look,
Listen.
he's not standing in top 10.
Listen. Don't look
I'm
at what
looking
you
at
see.
what I'm
don't
seeing.
look at what you see. Don't say there are no much competition.
Yes, there are no more
A
competitions.
season where you can see Alex Albon get so close to the podium is where you're saying that there is no much
In the
competition.
top 10, in the top 10. How many?
Hold on first now, guys. Who is the competitor to Max Verstappen?
Exactly.
You have Lando Norris. There is Oscar Piastri. What are you telling me? McLaren has the best construction this term.
Okay.
McLaren
And
has
Lando
the
Norris
best
is the
construction
driver.
this term. There is also George Russell.
Okay.
This is even becoming the most competitive Formula One season that you've had.
So in a season where Lewis Hamilton is in his A game, like in his hay game, or maybe A game, would you be talking about Max Verstappen like this?
When did Lewis Hamilton step out from his A game? The season after Max Verstappen, the season after Lewis Hamilton paired with Valtteri Bottas for Mercedes. The season after Lewis Hamilton won that drivers' championship, it was won. The next season was won by Max Verstappen. Lewis Hamilton was at his prime.
How close was it?
It was. Max Verstappen won it.
It was. Don't forget.
I
It was
need
a
to go
controversial win. And
It was a controversial
Saudi
win.
Arabian
It
Grand
was
Prix.
pretty close.
Don't
But
forget.
for
No,
you, now,
hold
before
on
that
now.
Before that season, was anybody coming close to Lewis Hamilton?
No, nobody.
No.
Nobody came
So
close.
give good.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Don't say
saying now.
there is no competition
You know,
in Formula
no,
One.
yes.
No,
What is McLaren doing?
That's what I'm
are you
asking
telling me?
you.
How will you say there is
Yes.
no competition in Formula One?
Hold on now. That's what I'm asking you. Lewis Hamilton in his A game. Would you say all of this about Max Verstappen?
Exactly.
Why would I not say all of this about Max Verstappen? You've held the championship for 4 seasons. Is it
Okay.
is it beans?
Of course, it's not. It's not.
Is it beans?
It's not.
4 seasons.
The reason why I'm saying this is based on the fact that, okay, yes, Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris, and George Russell, yes, they are not competition again in the Formula 1. I'll say it based on the fact that
you to be saying there is no competition
yes, they are not competition in Formula 1 again.
Who left Formula 1? Who left Formula 1 during the days when there was competition?
Look,
who left and who is still remaining?
Nobody left, but would the level of their performances
right
are they still
now,
at the same
you don't
level?
talk much anymore.
It is.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
You have more constructors
hold on
vying
now.
for
Yes, hold
you
on.
have more constructors now.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Is Charles Leclerc, scratch that. Is Lando Norris anything close to Lewis Hamilton in terms of competing for the Drivers' Championship?
Are you talking about this season? Or
I'm talking about the Lando Norris you're seeing right now.
How do you want me to compare somebody who has won 7 Drivers' Championship with somebody who has not won one?
I'm talking about when it comes. That's why I added a clause in terms competing for a Drivers' Championship for a season. Is Lando Norris anything close to Lewis Hamilton?
I'm trying to figure out where you're.
What are you figuring out? It's a simple question.
Are you trying to ask me
it's
if
a simple question.
Close to Lewis Hamilton
is
during his
Lando Norris anything close to Lewis Hamilton when it comes to competing for the Drivers' Championship in a particular season?
This season?
In a particular season.
I know where you're going to.
Well, but answer this question now. I'm not rephrasing anything.
Let me rephrase it for you. What you're saying is Lando Norris now, is he as good a competition,
my brother,
to
is Lando Norris anything close to Lewis Hamilton when it comes to competing for the Drivers' Championship in a particular season?
He's getting into that. He's getting into that.
That's why I tell you, no
that means
competition again. Exactly.
That means it's not.
Listen.
So if it's not, who is competing with Max Verstappen?
What are you telling me? Max Verstappen has got lots of competition. What are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
What are you saying?
Let's go to the phone lines. What do you think about the continuous changes of teammates for Max Verstappen since 2016? Max has had 6 teammates. Yuki Tsunoda will be the 6th teammate he has had since he joined Red Bull Racing in 2016. What do you make of it? Is it that the teammates are not good enough? Is it that he's too good that the teammates cannot compete? Even the legendary Lewis Hamilton once lost the Drivers' Championship to his teammates. Nico Rosberg, as he win and finish, Oga Otilo is finished. Oga disappeared from the carry that one run. But here is Max Verstappen, who has won 4 consecutive Drivers' Championship for the last seasons with different teammates. Liam Lawson got promoted. His dream was, he was about to fulfill his dream. In fact, I even learned that after the first race, that was when they wanted to demote him. But who? Is it Chris Horner said, because let's not forget, Red Bull recently signed Adrian Newey to join them for this season. One of the genius constructors when it comes to engineers when it comes to Formula 1. So he's the one that said, Omo, drop this guy. I mean, why even bring this guy? You know, like they go bring.
The truth is, Sergio Perez laughed at Chris Horner
when he promoted
brought
Liam Lawson.
Reasons being that he didn't like Sergio Perez because Perez complained last season a lot that the car given to him is not as in form
even as we speak,
the one given to Max Verstappen.
Even as we speak, even the Max Verstappen we are talking about, there are reports that he's not satisfied with the car. Even the car he used to win the Drivers' Championship last season, there are reports that he's not satisfied with that car. So Sergio Perez complaining is understandable. Sergio Perez now will be thinking, I probably would have done it in the Rosberg and ignore all the instructions and then go on to see if I can get this thing and then leave. So Adrian Newey wanted him to be dropped almost after the very first race of the season, but Chris Horner said, let's give him a chance again. And the second race of the season, do well. So go back to where you came from. That's the end of his dream. And then they now brought in Yuki Tsunoda, who will be Max Verstappen's 6th teammate since 2016. And listen to your thoughts. We talked about Aruna Quadri in table tennis. Do you think he's getting closer? He's getting beaten relatively easily by some youngsters, some of them unranked players. Yes, he has had about 2 performances in the last couple of competitions that you might make reference to. That's the WTA contender where he finished at the semis in Doha, and of course the African Table Tennis Championship where he got to the final only to be beaten by his longtime rival Omar Assar, who is now Africa number 2. Then, but if you look at other competitions, the way he has played, do you think it's time that Nigeria should start looking beyond him? And then also talked about the Niger Delta Sports Festival. Now we're talking about Formula One with Max Verstappen and the many teammates. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon,
Tony Horsford, thank you very much for joining us. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Reliance, before the advent of Shogun Tirola, the trio of Adana Musa, Ayumi Bankole, and Jack, yes, these are people, these are athletes that have, in their various times, become the of Nigerian table tennis. Africa. So, but the table tennis, I think to have more success when it comes to, giving the batting to successive person. I have seen that, and when we come to Aruna Padri, he has been the face of African table tennis. The only rival, close rival, is Assad.
Yeah.
He has tried it, and like all of you said there in the studio, that is high time you look for, people. We are, grown up people, young staff that will take over from this aging person. Nobody lasts forever. No chance to last forever. That's one thing we got to understand. So, Quadri has tried. He has paid his due when it comes to Nigerian tennis, and of course, I don't quite agree with you when you say tennis is not that kind of strenuous. Well, it might not be too strenuous, but it is a game with flexibility. Imagine looking by stepping and counter smashing. I play a bit of tennis. I know what I'm talking about. So it might not be that strenuous like football or lawn tennis, but it needs flexibility, and flexibility comes with age. So that we are all saying the same thing. That is the reason. We should look for successors now to take over from
Quadri Aruna.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate you for stopping by on the show, Tony Horsford. Thank you very much. Keep the reactions coming through. Let's know what you think about this matter. We're talking about competition in Formula One, and then we're talking about the multi-teammates of Max Verstappen. The funny one is that of Liam Lawson. It's gonna go into the record books as the man with the shortest stint in Formula One, in senior Formula One champions. Just 2 races, and they've sent you back to where you're coming from. And do you think this is going to define the rest of the season for Red Bull? Because there are reported disagreement between the stewards, the major people that call the shots involving Chris Horner regarding who's stepping up, who is the assistant to, or let's call it teammate, because it depends on your performances. If Yuki Tsunoda comes in right now, next race he wins, next 3-4 races the man is winning, maybe they will begin giving instructions, say, may you leave our performance Verstappen. What's that, Abi? Where your mind dey? Where your mind dey? Bring your mind, come back here. If Yuki Tsunoda wins the next 3 races, they will be giving, in the 4th race they will give an instruction, say, okay, leave and back for.
It's not out of place now. It's not out of place.
To give him instruction.
In a construction, you have.
That's what I'm saying. They will give an instruction now.
Leave for Max Verstappen.
Leave for Max Verstappen.
It's not out of place.
No,
it was done for Lewis Hamilton.
I know talk says out of place now.
It was done for Lewis.
It was
Hamilton,
not done for Lewis Hamilton.
It was done.
No, it
for
wasn't.
Him.
It wasn't.
Valtteri Bottas was asked to play second fiddle.
Playing second fiddle is different from when you are the lead driver in terms of performances, and they ask you to drop it. These are 2 different things.
It's one and the same thing. I don't know why you're just a Max Verstappen hater.
I don't even have opinion in all of these things. I don't have any opinion, so I don't know where is the hating of Max Verstappen coming from. I'm just asking questions. Okay. Okay, we are taking your reaction. 0701-9339-962. That's the SMS and the WhatsApp portal for the phone line. 0817 0000951. 0810-9510951. Join us. Let's talk on that sport. What do you make of the Niger Delta Sports Development Festival? The Niger Delta Sports Festival, not Sport Development Festival, please. The Niger Delta Sport Festival. What do you make of it? You stay in the Niger Delta region. Are you elated with the development thus far? What do you think it holds for athletes in the country? Do you think there's any intentionality with the way they are going about it? It's going to be the first edition starting from the 1st of next month. But do you sense any intentionality with the way they are going about it? Let's know your thoughts. Let's know what you think about Formula One with Max Verstappen. Do you agree that there have been serious competition for Max Verstappen? So, guys,
Let me just add something.
I don't know what you want to add.
2020 was the last time Lewis Hamilton won the Drivers' Championship.
In
Max
2021.
Verstappen finished third in 2020. 2019, he also won it. Max Verstappen finished third behind Valtteri Bottas. Remember, Mercedes had one of the strongest engines that period. In 2018, Hamilton won it. Verstappen finished second.
So
In 2017, if you want me to go back memory lane, it was George Russell. No, that's not Russell.
it can't
That
be Russell.
is Rosenberg. Nico
Nico
won it.
Rosberg, and
Yes.
Russell never win.
Rosberg who won it, and
Hamilton
Verstappen was
finished.
fourth. So these are eras where you said competition was. Hamilton was part of that competition. Now let's look at where Hamilton won. Where Verstappen won. In 2022, he won. There was Charles Leclerc.
I started
There was Sergio
start
Perez.
from 2021. Who won in 2021?
In 2021, it was
That was where it was decided
Max
in the
Verstappen. There
in
was
the
Lewis Hamilton.
controversial
Yeah.
Abu Dhabi Grand Prix
It was
that
Lewis
they
Hamilton.
refused to investigate proper.
395.5 points to 387 points. But who won? Verstappen won. So Hamilton should calm down. Hamilton should calm down.
What do you want to talk? What you want to talk? What talk about?
Carlos Sainz was in that mix.
Let's talk
Fifth.
about
Sergio Perez
somebody
was there.
must finish second,
Charles
third,
Leclerc
fourth.
was there.
We're
Daniel
talking about
Ricciardo.
performances. You see what you want to look at is the distance
We also had
between the first and second.
We also had
or
Alonso.
second and third.
we also had Alonso.
Alonso
Fernando
we don't old. Even when Alonso
Yeah.
did what he did in 20, I think that was 2023, was even a big surprise. It was a big surprise. Alonso don't old. I started watching Alonso when I was a kid. In fact, Alonso made me love Formula One. Yes,
Actually,
he don't old.
made me start watching Formula.
Alonso made me watch Formula One.
Please don't water down what Max Verstappen has done. Verstappen has done. He has done
So
a
how
lot.
would you come and put Fernando Alonso in this conversation?
He's-
Alonso
during
went on
time-
the
during
wind
time
down.
when Hamilton was winning. Didn't we have old drivers also?
Baba, calm down. When we had old drivers, but we're not going to put them in the context of the competitions that Lewis Hamilton had. Chineke me.
But as long as they raced in that competition,
I don't understand.
they would have to be put into.
Is it during the time of Hamilton's period they
So
were using
as long as
they were using a-
hold on, as long as Aqua United is in the MPFL, they are in
so-
competition with Rebel Stars for the league.
Exactly.
Yes.
Everybody goes. See,
Everybody goes into the league season to win.
Exactly.
To win. So performance of Aqua United is good enough to say
if
they
you-
were competitors for the trophy with Rebel Stars.
If you tell Lesotho right now, so if you tell Lesotho right now,
Come back here. Where are you going?
when Togo went to their first ever World Cup,
They went there to win.
they wouldn't have imagined that they will ever go to the World Cup that year. But because they competed, they knew that they had that hope that yes, we could win the group and go to the World Cup.
Benjamin, this thing you are saying is there are all plenty talks. I'm asking you, was Togo a competition to the winner of the World Cup that year?
Of
My
course.
point is,
What
every
is your
country goes to the World Cup to
Okay,
win.
leave this
Nigeria they
thing.
go World Cup, maybe they get the hope. Say,
Leave
maybe
this
they will go win
thing.
them.
Leave this thing. Leave this thing.
No, but-
Sierra Leone qualified for AFCON. and you said they were a competition to Ivory Coast. You eventually won it.
Did it happen now?
Yes, now.
Not be Nottingham Forest.
Yes, now with Champions League. Yes, now.
Now Nottingham Forest won't even win FA Cup like this.
This in the Premier League, Bournemouth is a competition to Liverpool.
It happen now.
What if it happen? I mean, this season is it happening?
Bournemouth beat all the big teams apart from Liverpool this season.
So they are a competition for the trophy with Liverpool.
It happen.
What if it happen
when
now?
Leicester won the Premier League,
they go back and they talk about
favorable to win the Champions League. They competed. They won the Premier League.
In the context of competitors for the trophy this season, will you put Bournemouth there?
As long as they are part of the 20, I'll put them.
You they play.
Then follow. Then get ranking.
You they play. You are obviously playing. You're not being true to yourself.
As long as they get odd, they are favorable to win the league.
They'll be only favorable to win the league. Let's talk football, Jerry. Don't mind these guys. They want to stress me this afternoon. I'm not gonna allow them. Thank God I'm the one here. So let's talk football, guys. Let's talk about one player who was recently ban, and then the ban was overturned, or let's say the ban was short-lived by courts that ensure that he returns to football. His name is Paul Pogba. Well, it's already a hot topic in the transfer market. Olympique de Marseille has confirmed it considered signing him this winter. That's during the January transfer window, but despite the end of his doping suspension, Pogba didn't make the move to the French club in January. Since March 11, the midfielder has been eligible to play again after serving the ban, and the hierarchy at Olympique de Marseille did mention why they did not sign him that January. Now, recall that Pogba tested positive for testosterone in August 2023, resulting in the maximum penalty from Italy's anti-doping court. However, stating the positive test was due to mistakenly taking a supplement prescribed by a doctor in Florida. The big question on the show this afternoon is, would you want Paul Pogba in your team for next season? That is the big question on the show. Which team does Paul Pogba fit in? Would you want him to be part of your setup? If your club goes for Paul Pogba, would you be excited they are going to make a marquee signing for next season? This is March, and in 48 hours or thereabout, April in a bit, and closer we're getting to the summer transfer window starting August. Would you want Paul Pogba in your team? If your club goes for Paul Pogba, for instance, Manchester United, he had played there before under Jose Mourinho, and maybe another one, or I think one more coach before he left. So if your club goes for Paul Pogba, would you be excited? Nelson, let's just say you were an Arsenal fan and you hear that Arsenal is in a serious chase to sign Paul Pogba. What will be your first reaction?
Well, it will be a kind of different kind of a different kind of feeling, based on the fact that it's a happy one and also a doubtful one at the same time, based on the fact that look at the Paul Pogba that many part talking about right now. He's an experienced midfielder, World Cup experience, Premier League experience. He has a lot of that in his branch, and that is what Arsenal are lacking in that midfield a little bit. Yes, they have the likes of Declan Rice, they have the likes of Thomas Partey and all of them, but the experience in Champions League football is not there in the midfield. And Paul Pogba coming to that team is going to supplement. Yes, they have Jorginho, no doubt, but Pogba coming to that midfield is a kind of supplementing the midfield, because an experienced player all over is going to teach the young ones coming up, and also is going to teach the ones that are in the club. Yes, Champions League experience, Premier League experience, and also the La Liga. He has been to the Serie A. He has played with a lot of champions. He has played with Kante. He has played with a lot of people. So their experience is a little bit juicy to have in that midfield of Arsenal. So Pogba coming to Arsenal, yes, good one, but the amount of experience is gathered from that man is going to help Arsenal in a very big way. Yes, facing Real Madrid, that experience in that midfield will create a lot of chances for. Don't forget, Pogba is a kind of player that also gives a very good crosses in from midfield to wing players. So I think if he's coming to Arsenal, I don't think it's going to be possible. But if he's coming to Arsenal, it's an experience gathered for Arteta, experience to teach the other ones in the club, an experience for him to face maybe Real Madrid or maybe face the likes of let's say Liverpool when it comes to competition. So experience is the key in that signing. But apart from that, I don't think it's a very good one.
Okay.
For Reliance, let me comment. I think it's going to be a good one if Arsenal gets to sign. We are not saying that Arsenal are going to sign him, but I think it's going to be a good one if Arsenal gets to sign Paul Pogba, because you look at the whole Arsenal midfielders. How many of them have got the experience of Paul Pogba, barring what's his name, the Italian Jorginho in that team,
which is something Nelson talked about.
Yes. So for me, I think the man has got experience everywhere. You want to go to the national team. He's won the World Cup. That's the dream of every footballer in the national team. Now you go to the Champions League. He's played in the Champions League. He's played in the highest level. Yeah, many could say the man has not played for a while, so that rustiness will be there. But again, I feel you look at no disrespect to Arsenal midfielders, but he's got experience above in terms of the pecking order. He's got experience more than any of them. Yeah, you're talking about even the Jorginho that I mentioned. Yeah. Jorginho has played more games in the national team. He has played lots of games in the national team and all that. But again, Pogba has got more experience because he has played in the World Cup finals. He has won the World Cup. I think he won the Euros with France. Okay, he played in the finals. Lost to Portugal. So I think Pogba is going to be the midfielder that we used to know if he gets to Arsenal. Looking at the way Arsenal usually play, they want to build from the back, and Pogba is a midfielder that can give you that energy, that extra energy in terms of marking, in terms of distribution, and in terms of eye for goal. So I think it's going to be a massive one if Arsenal gets to sign him.
Okay, by the way, and for the records, and once again, Arsenal is not reportedly going for Pogba, but I started out asking that question. I put Nelson as an Arsenal fan. How would you react if you hear Arsenal is going for Pogba? Now, let me do it to us as well. Let's say you're a Manchester United fan and you're hearing a report that Manchester United are in serious contention to re-sign Paul Pogba. What would be your first reaction?
My reaction would be it's okay. If they can sign Christian Eriksen, why can't you sign Paul Pogba? Paul Pogba has got a lot of experience for that team. In fact, the last time Manchester United won a very conspicuous, major, weighty, quality trophy, it was in the presence of Paul Pogba. Yes, so no, they've won trophies. I did that to probably buttress what I'm saying, because if I just say trophy, you might want to think I'm talking about the Carabao Cup or maybe the FA Cup. But I'm talking about the UEFA Europa League, and Paul Pogba was part of that winning team.
Winning this season is still going to be part because he's training in Manchester United.
So if he was actively part of it, and that guaranteed Manchester United winning the UEFA Europa League. So I think a man like Paul Pogba, though age is not on his side, situations also might have caused some sort of rustiness when it has to do with what he brings to the pitch of play. But Pogba has got that quality anytime, any day. So coming into the Manchester United midfield, he's definitely going to be complementing the likes of Bruno Fernandes, the likes of Manuel Ugarte, Kobe Mainoo, maybe Christian Eriksen and Casemiro, if the case invent, or he's coming into Manchester United. He's going to open field maestro thinking in Manchester United. It's going to open the doors in that midfield, and creation is going to hit the rooftop. And Manchester United have got players that could, if well fed, could get the goals. I'm talking about the likes of Alejandro Garnacho, the likes of Amad Diallo, the likes of Rasmus Højlund, who has found his scoring feet again. If he has got a midfielder as quality as Pogba to always help him with those provisions, then he would be able to score the goals. I think coming to Manchester United is not going to be a waste of money. It's going to be a fairy tale in the park.
Okay, so let's know. By the way, the Miami Open, the final coming up later tonight between the man who has had a fairy tale run thus far, Jakob Mentik against Novak Djokovic. Yes, Novak defeated Grigor Dimitrov at the semis to book his place at the final, becoming yet again the oldest man to play in a 1,000 Masters final. The name is Novak Djokovic. He's 37. Old people doing things in sport these days. Novak in tennis, Lionel Messi and Ronaldo in football, LeBron James in basketball. Okay, well, there's Rabi Ali in the Nigeria Premier Football League. I think it should be 40 now. 40. So there's Rabi Ali in the Nigeria Premier Football League, who is doing great things. There's also a runner called who's 36. So, I mean, how would you say? He's 44. Hey! Rabi Ali is 44 and still playing actively. If Portugal has Cristiano Ronaldo, Nigeria has Rabi Ali. He's 44. What you talk about like this now? Talk to me about like this kind of thing. Okay, so the final comes up against between Novak and Jakob Mentik. The women's final was played, and it was Arina Sabalenka, the current world number one, who won the women's final of the I think I'm not going to be misplacing if I call it the ongoing Miami Open, because this is the final for the men's to be played. So she defeated Jessica Pegula in straight sets 7-5, 6-2 to become the champion of Miami. Okay, so that's the updates in tennis. We are still talking about Pogba as he's marking a return to football after
Romeo, what's his name? Moise Caicedo. They've got I wouldn't want to say what's the English guy now? Kopama is an out midfielder, so I wouldn't want to put him in that bracket. But you look at the midfielders that Chelsea have got. Who is the match of Paul Pogba? The inconsistency in Chelsea midfield has been something that has been alarming, over the years. Last season under Mauricio Pochettino, now we are having to deal with Enzo Maresca. Today is going to be Romelu Lavia. The pair was Romelu Lavia and Moise Caicedo at some point, and then Latvia got injured as usual, which is no news. And then we started seeing what's his name, Enzo Fernandez, Caicedo addition. So in that midfield is better than all Chelsea midfielders put together. Is better than all Chelsea midfielders put together. Yes. Where we saw a glimpse of Moise Caicedo at Brighton and Hove when he was there. A very good midfielder, decent midfielder. We saw Romelu Lavia at Southampton. There's a reason why Southampton. There's a reason why Liverpool went head to head with Chelsea, and then the player decided to choose Chelsea. Both players decided to choose Chelsea. So it shows that they've seen qualities and potential in this man. But
they quarrel for Man U before they come. Even when Mourinho was fired at Manchester United, he made a cryptic post with a cryptic image like that, and people were thinking it's the disagreement he had with Jose Mourinho that led to the sack.
No, Fenerbahce will fit in very, very well. Yes, he's going to a Turkish league where there's no much competition. Yes, obviously. So that club is going to fit him, and if he do very well in that club, at least the likes of Aston Villa will start poaching him again. So it's just like a light at the end of the tunnel for Pogba. Going to Fenerbahce is a good one, obviously.
Okay, let's move on from there. Let's move on. We're done talking about that. Let's move on. We're still talking football. In the meantime, let's look at updates from some match venues and let you in on what's going on. The La Liga started yesterday on Friday after the international. It started with Barca against Osasuna, by the way. Excuse me, after the international break. And yesterday saw Getafe lost to Villarreal by 1-2. What's his name? Kelechi Iheanacho? Yes, he scored, Abi?
Yeah. Yes.
First goal in how many years?
2 years.
In 2 years. Okay. It's light at the end of the tunnel. It's light. Okay, so that's it. Getafe against Villarreal ended 1-2. Barca against Girona is ongoing. There's no goal to report from that center. Athletic Club de Bilbao against Osasuna will come up by 5:30. Valencia against Mallorca is slated for 5:30 as well. By the way, there've been there is time zone changes. So we are heading close to when we'll become 1 hour behind some of these European clubs and European leagues, especially in the Champions League. Those 9 p.m. matches will now come to 8 p.m. and all of that stuff, just for you to note. Valencia against Mallorca, then Real Betis against Sevilla. And the German Bundesliga, Freiburg against Union Berlin is ongoing, and that match is 1-1 at half-time. Borussia Dortmund will take on Mainz 05 by 6:30. Cagliari against Monza in the Italian Serie A ended by 3-0 in favor of the home side. Fiorentina against Atalanta is 1-0. Only goal scored by Moise Kean. Udinese against Inter is slated for 5 p.m. Napoli, AC Milan. The top clash in the Serie A comes up by 7:45. In the Ligue 1, Toulouse against Brest, it's ongoing. Toulouse is losing to Brest by 1-3 at the 74th minute. Angers against Rennes comes up later. Auxerre against Montpellier is slated for 4:15. Le Havre Nantes slated for the same time, while 7:45 will see Lille against Lens. FA Cup quarterfinal clashes. Preston North End have had their journey in the FA Cup ended by Aston Villa 3-0 with Marcus Rashford on the score sheet. He scored the opening goal assisted by Lucas Digne and then added a brace in the 64th minute from 12 yards, while Ramsey added the other one. So it's a brace of goals for Marcus Rashford and a brace of assists for Digne in that 3-0 routing of Preston North End. Bournemouth against Manchester City comes up by 4:30. And then let's look at results of matches played yesterday. So we're going to be starting off from the La Liga. Real Sociedad 2-1 winners over Real Valladolid. Espanyol against Athletic Club de Madrid ended 1-0. Deportivo Alaves lost to Real Vallecano by 2-0. Real Madrid defeated Leganés by 3-2. Many thanks to the Frenchman Kylian Mbappe in that match, scoring one from the spot. Jude Bellingham added the second at his 47 minutes, and then Kylian Mbappe ensured that it was going to be all 3 points for the Madridistas, adding the other one assisted by Fran Garcia. So that match ended 3-2 in favor of Real. Okay. Elsewhere in the... Where are we going now? Okay. Bundesliga, right? Bayern Munich 3-2 winners over St. Pauli. Borussia Mönchengladbach defeated RB Leipzig by single goal. Hoffenheim against Augsburg ended 1-0. Holstein Kiel against Werder Bremen ended 0-3 in favor of the away side. Wolfsburg against FC Heidenheim ended 1-0 in favor of the away side. Eintracht Frankfurt defeated VfB Stuttgart by 1-0. And in the Serie A, Como 1907 1-1 against Empoli. That one ended. Venezia against Bologna ended by a loss to the home side. Juventus defeated Genoa by a single goal. Same it was for Venezia against Bologna. Lecce lost to AS Roma by a single goal as well. In the French League 1, Reims against Marseille ended 3-1. Saint-Etienne against Paris Saint-Germain ended in an annihilation of the home side by 6-1. AS Monaco lost to Nice by 2-1, while in the FA Cup quarterfinals, Fulham lost to Crystal Palace by 0-3. Brighton against Nottingham Forest ended goalless, but it was Forest who progressed over Gordon to the next round of the FA Cup via penalty. So it ended 4-3 on penalties, while Forest converted 4 of their penalties, but the Gordon of Brighton could only convert 3. So Ola Aina will march on to the later stages of the FA Cup. So those are results and score lines across different centers, different venues as far as European football and top 5 leagues in Europe are concerned. Coming to you from the studios of Today 95.1 FM. The program is Today's Sports Live, the marathon edition of the show. We are talking football now, and let's go back to that match between Real Madrid and Leganés. Yes, it took him 10 more matches, but he did it. I'm talking about Kylian Mbappe. He scored his 33rd goals or 33rd goal of the season, right, for Real Madrid in that 3-2 win over Leganés, and that will mean he equaled Cristiano Ronaldo's debut season record for Real Madrid. So in his debut season, Cristiano scored, and I need to really get that record straight. I need to really get it straight so that we don't mix things up. All right. So after the match, he was interviewed, and Mbappe said it was special to match Cristiano Ronaldo's first season tally of 33 goals for Los Blancos after netting a brace on the win against Leganés. So it has been 33 strikes in 44 appearances across all competitions. The same number of goals as his idol managed in the 2009-2010 campaign. Ronaldo, who joined from Manchester United, went on to become Real Madrid's all-time scorer with 450 goals. So it took him more matches, though, because Ronaldo did it in 35 matches, but he did it in 44 matches. So he has now matched Cristiano Ronaldo's number of goals in his debut season at Real Madrid. His name is Kylian Mbappe. There are so many persons who thought Kylian Mbappe was not going to do well in Real Madrid, and I was questioning why, but I'm not on the other side, so I'm just going to let that fly. There are so many records of Cristiano Ronaldo in the La Liga, in football altogether. Let me bring in Lionel Messi. They are like Siamese twins, are they not? Each time we talk about Ronaldo, there's always a way to find a way and talk about Messi. And this time, today, with my full chest, I'm bringing in Messi. I'm ready for this conversation. Before I say, no, if you are talking Messi, leave Messi aside. If you are talking Ronaldo, leave if you are talking Messi, leave Ronaldo aside. If you are talking Messi, leave Messi. Why am I mixing that up? If you are talking Messi, leave Ronaldo aside. If you are talking Ronaldo, leave Messi aside. But today, I want us to talk about both of them. I'm ready. I told you I'm not ready. All right, so let's have this conversation. So he matched Ronaldo's record. Now, there are plethora of records set by these guys, Benjamin. Which one do you think will never, or maybe it could take a jubilee of years to be matched, to be equaled for any of Ronaldo or Lionel Messi?
Well, I think you want to cause. You want to cause a divide in the world of football right now. But again, I think you look at the record that these both players have got, quite enormous record, and both are very good players, decent players in their own right and their own, time. They've got lots of Ballon d'Ors amongst the both of them. Legends of their previous clubs that they've played. One is a legend of 2 clubs, now making it 3. The other is a legend of in fact they are all legends in world of football and in world of sports, but for me, I think that goal, that 91 goals in a calendar year that Lionel Messi scored, I think is something that is going to be very, very difficult to break. It's going to be, all records are there to be broken. They are there to be broken, but it's going to take a longer time before we see someone break this record. Probably not in our generation for now, but the records are definitely going to be broken. That's one of the records that whenever I hear Lionel Messi, that's a record that hits my head. That's 91 goal in a calendar year. It's difficult. We've seen literal strikers come in, and mind you, Lionel Messi is not an out-and-out striker. So it shows that he's a great footballer. We've got great strikers, out-and-out strikers that have played the game, for a very long time in his era, before him, and I would say this is still his era because he has not bowed out of football, or they both have not bowed out of football. We've got Lewandowski in the mix, a very good striker. We've got Luis Suarez, very good striker. We've got decent strikers in the world of football. What's his name? But they've not matched that 91 goal in the calendar year. So I think that's going to be one of the records that's going to be very, very difficult for footballers to actually break. Yeah, it's going to be broken someday, possibly not in our generation, or maybe when we are old, with lots of gray hair on our hair. But I know it's going to be broken someday. But right now, it is difficult to break.
1872, Gerd Müller scored 85 goals. So what Messi did was topple it by 6 goals. All right.
Yeah.
That should be in 2012. To make it 91 goals. Interesting. So it took 1972, please, not 1872. I beg. No vex. 1970. So it took 40 years. That record stood for 40 years until Lionel Messi arrived and then shattered it. How about for Ronaldo? What record of Ronaldo do you think? Do you think it will be very difficult, or will never be broken?
I think winning every trophy with 2 different clubs, I think it's a kind of record that cannot be seen anywhere. Yes, it can be broken a little bit, but it's going to be difficult to do it, because you see Ronaldo move from Manchester United, won the Ballon d'Or, went to Real Madrid, won the Champions League with them, goes to Juve, win a trophy with them, he's currently in Saudi Arabia and is vouching for a trophy there too. So winning major trophies with different clubs is something. And no, he has not won a trophy.
No, he has won a trophy with Al-Nassr.
Yeah,
he has.
Yeah.
He has.
So being the all-time goal scorer for men in international football.
That one is not ending soon.
It's not
ending. They continue.
Yes, obviously. So international. I think they recently gave him the Guinness Book of Record for that. So even representing most highest appearance for an international matches. So I think that record alone is something that is going to be difficult to break. Though you will say yes, Messi 91 goals in the calendar year is difficult to break, but these things, I don't think any players can move from this club to this club and be able to. He was a key man in those matches, winning them trophies. So I don't think any player can do that in this current generation. Maybe in the next generation.
So you do not see, for instance, now let's look at Erling Haaland, who won a treble with City.
Yeah,
they went on to win. I think they did the sextuplets. They won the Club World Cup. The follow. Club World Cup. That season and the following season. But let's just look at that. Let's say he leaves now. He goes to Real Madrid. Don't you think he has the potential of getting some of these trophies at Real Madrid? Then he leaves Real Madrid and possibly go to Paris Saint-Germain, for instance. Although many will argue that when Messi went to Paris Saint-Germain, he didn't really live up to his position, but he also want to consider his age, So let's say he leaves to Paris Saint-Germain, or maybe leaves to... These days, you find difficulties. You find difficulties pinpointing a club in Italy that is dominating because everybody is dominating. So don't you think Erling Haaland could be on that trajectory, or even a Kylian Mbappe who conquered France before moving to Spain?
Yeah, that's kind of, yes, exactly. The only 2 players you score is Erling Haaland and Kylian Mbappe. But look how Ronaldo did it with Manchester United, did it with Real Madrid. Yet we have not seen Kylian Mbappe doing it with Real Madrid. He's second in the La Liga table.
Season never end.
Season have not end yet. But even in the Champions League, it's a 50-50 chance that he's going to win Arsenal.
Against
Arsenal.
50-50. Madrid against Arsenal. 50-50.
Yes, it's a 50-50 chance that he's going to win Arsenal. Okay. It's a 50-50 chance that he's going to win the Champions League.
Is that how much you respect Arsenal in the Champions
League?
Yes, I'm just asking. I'm not berating anything.
It's
I'm just
football.
Asking.
It's football.
Anything can happen. Yeah.
You are seeing Aston Villa in the quarterfinals right now. We don't expect Aston Villa to be there.
Maybe because of Unai Emery.
Not because of Unai Emery. It's the club name, Aston Villa.
But somebody has to be the captain. That stays the club to that level.
Unai Emery, yes, the signings he make are top notch. He brought in experience,
and he's doing very much experience when it comes to cup competitions, especially in Europe.
Obviously, so these things happen in football most times. You won't just say maybe yes. We saw Barca and Real Madrid finals. And Barca went to win it with the kind of squad they have. So we don't expect the kind of thing to happen. So you may be shocked to see Arsenal beating Real Madrid home and away in this Champions League. It's possible. So we will not say Mbappe has done it yet, because it's a 50-50 chance because Barca are not leaving the top spot anytime soon. I think in our screen we are seeing them playing Girona 0-0, 29 minutes, and they are the ones in the front field, so they want to get the trophy ahead of Real Madrid. Maybe next season we'll start saying these things. But you mentioned also Haaland. Haaland, please, we all know that Haaland is not that kind of special player you call when it comes to being that go-to man for a club. Haaland in Man City is struggling a bit on the fact that Kevin De Bruyne is not in his top-notch form, and all those factors are there. So he's a big striker, yes, but he's not that kind of player that can
when
be able
Haaland
to come.
was scoring crazy goals in
Yes,
Norway, was
he's a
Kevin
big-
De Bruyne there?
He's a big
when he was
striker.
scoring crazy goals as well, and
No,
Dortmund,
I
was
said, he's
Kevin
a,
De Bruyne
I said
there?
he's a big striker, but he can't do it in 3 multiple clubs at the same time. That's one thing that made Cristiano Ronaldo unique. How I
He
mean,
did it for Borussia
Dortmund.
He's now doing it for Manchester City.
Yes.
So
But-
what makes you think, like Reliance have said, if he gets to possibly Paris Saint-Germain
Or Real
Madrid, he wouldn't do it? He would do it. What the thing is, possibly he couldn't. He might not do it to the numbers of Cristiano Ronaldo, but the man has got the potential to go anywhere and do it, especially if the club is a top club and it's a club that has a proper system going for him, just like Manchester City and co, or Real Madrid or Paris Saint-Germain that we've mentioned. He's going to be doing it. The man has got that potential. Like Reliance said, he talked about Kevin De Bruyne when he scored in the international windows, in the just this concluded international window. Kevin De Bruyne wasn't there. Yeah, we could say Odegaard was there. But the goals that he scored were all the assists coming from Odegaard? No. All the goals he has scored for Manchester City, are all of them coming from a particular player? No. So it shows that this man can work with a system. It can work for him. If he goes to a club that is properly systemized playing pattern, he would do it. It shows at Borussia Dortmund. He's now showing at Manchester City. So what makes us think that he cannot do it in Real Madrid or possibly Paris Saint-Germain?
Okay, let's also talk about that same Erling Haaland. We saw the crazy number of goals he scored in the national team as a young player, and then coming to Manchester City, the first season equals Alan Shearer's record of the most goals in a single season in the Premier League. Don't you think he has the potential to score 91 goals in a calendar season?
No, that record is going to be difficult to break.
I mean, you're talking about a player that when he was in the Bundesliga, as what's his name? Lewandowski they drop. Lewandowski they score 4 in a match. They follow score 4 in a match.
He's a goal scoring.
He's built for goals.
He's a goal scoring machine.
Why do you guys think it's going to be difficult for him to match that record anytime soon?
Yes, he's a goal scoring machine. But Messi and look at Messi. Messi is a playmaker. He does his goal scoring.
So if a playmaker can score 91 goals in a calendar season, who says a goal scoring machine cannot?
Why he can't? Because we look at Man City. Look at Haaland in Man City. Haaland is not the kind of player that when you give him the ball, he can beat 2 to 3 players. Can he? No. He's the kind of person that let me get into the box. You give me the ball, and I'll finish it for you. That's poacher, that's finisher, that's what he is. Messi is the reason why he scored 91 goals is the fact that he can dribble 3-2 players, get into that box and score the goals. And the goals he scores are magnificent goals. Haaland have magnificent goals.
Are you saying that Haaland has not scored
magnificent goals?
So what is that? Why is the but? What are you butting?
You will not compare Haaland the kind of goal that Haaland scored, the kind of goal that Messi scored. Because Haaland the kind of goals, most of the goals are tap-ins. Yes, most of the goals are tap-ins. You work the ball for him, you give him his score tap-ins for you. Yes.
Are you saying?
Yes.
Are you saying that Messi did not score tap-ins?
Messi, no. Most of the goals are not tap-ins. Most of the goals are the
so most of Alan's goals are tap-ins.
Yes, most of the goals are tap-ins. Most of the goals are tap-ins in the sense that you work the ball for him, he's in the box and he does.
But that's not the bone of contention. The bone of contention is: does he have? What makes you think he can't score 91 goals in a calendar season?
What makes me think he can't score 91 goals is the fact that
he does not dribble. He does not dribble. So he's only a playmaker. Now, if before Messi arrived and scored 91 goals in a season, if you were told that a playmaker who is not a natural striker who score 91 goals in a season, and they place a playmaker and they place a centre forward, who would you pick to do that?
I'll pick the centre forward and the playmaker to do
So
it.
now that
no, listen to me. Yes, now I'm saying it with my full chest.
Yes, I'm listening.
I'll pick the centre forward then. But now that Messi have done it now.
You're not looking for another playmaker to come and do it.
I'm looking for another playmaker to
come and
do
it.
And I'm also looking for a striker to be that unique to do it, in the sense that they give you the ball, you can beat 2 to 3 defenders and score goals.
So if
Haaland cannot do it.
Who is the most lethal centre forward right now?
I will call Lewandowski. To do what a playmaker can do, Alonso can do it. You can give him the ball in the midfield. He can beat 3 to 4 defenders and score goals for you. Give Haaland that ball in the midfield. If not, the only thing Haaland will do is to use his body. If 3 defenders come to mark Haaland, they will get the ball out of his legs. So what I'm saying is, Haaland is a potential person to beat the record. Maybe he can score 80 goals in a calendar year, but to score 91 goals, you have to be that good.
Okay.
That's good in the sense that
there's another lethal weapon who just equalled Ronaldo's record, Kylian Mbappe. Since you're looking for playmakers that can do it,
Kylian Mbappe can do it.
So who says Kylian Mbappe cannot do it?
Kylian Mbappe cannot do it. How many goals did he score in every matches? How many goals did Kylian Mbappe score in every matches?
In every match.
Yes. Okay.
The last match he scored
twice.
He has had a hat trick.
A hat trick, yes. But look, until he can prove that he can do it.
See you.
How
does he prove
highest he has scored is how many?
How does he prove it?
Is he up to 50 in a season, in a calendar year? Is up to 50?
I'm gonna have to find out.
So look, let's look at all those.
But this season now, don't you think he's gonna score up to 50?
See, amongst the both of them, I think people, among the strikers we've got now, the one that the one that is very close to equaling that record is Kylian Mbappe.
Not even Erling Haaland.
No, not Erling Haaland.
Because you look at the way Kylian is going, he will equal that record sometime. Might not be this season. If it continues like this, might not be this season. Might be next season. Might be upper season. But that record is definitely going to be shattered by what's his name, Kylian Mbappe. Because why I say Kylian Mbappe right now, we look at Erling Haaland. It's not really rosy for the man. It's not really rosy, and it's got competition in players in terms of
Omar Mamouche.
The attention is a bit, shifting from his spotlight is a bit shifting from him. So I think might likely going to be difficult. But Kylian Mbappe, come on, I think might be that man that can break that 91 goals calendar year in a calendar year. You look at Jad Muller, like you rightly said before, then it was Jad Muller. Everybody thought that who is going to break this record? The Messi came and did it and added to it.
Yeah.
So I think he could, Kylian Mbappe could match it or possibly break it.
All right.
Relax, please. Yeah. How many goals have he scored? The Kylian Mbappe we are vouching for now. How many goals have he scored in the season?
He has had up to 45 goals.
45 goals is not even quarter to what 91 goals is. So until he can be able to score 80-something goals, maybe in a season. No, I'm not saying this season. I'm saying next season and the upper season. This is how we'll say it until he gradually start leaving the scene of scoring goals. Because we saw how he struggled in the beginning of the season with Real Madrid. Yes, he's found in his form right now. So it's going to be difficult to break our record. Yes, but yes, the only person we can put out there is Kylian Mbappe. But until we can put him in that ladder, let him start scoring at least 70 goals in a season. Then I can boldly say, yes, that record can be broken, but you cannot be scoring 45 goals and you can say you want to come and break a record. It's not possible. So next season, let's see Kylian Mbappe scoring 75 goals or 85 goals, then we'll say, yeah, that record can be broken. But right now, the record stays till we can find someone or a striker or a playmaker that will do that job for us. But obviously, it cannot be broken in the next 10 years to come.
Okay. No problem. Let's know what you think. What's the record of either of Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi that you think will never or would take about 50 years to be broken? Let's know your thoughts. SMS in the WhatsApp portal 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962. Cristiano Ronaldo's record of 33 goals in his debut season has just been matched by Kylian Mbappe, which means he's likely going to surpass it because there are still more matches to be played, more in the La Liga, more in the Champions League and all. So let's know which of these records of either of Ronaldo or Messi do you think will never or it's going to be difficult. Maybe it takes 50 years. Forget Muller's record of scoring 85 goals in a calendar year. It took 40 years for Lionel Messi to match and surpass it back in 2012. So in the current campaign, which one do you think will not or cannot be matched or broken? Let's know what you think. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there, like I mentioned, 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962 for your thoughts and reactions. Okay, so I'm trying to confirm something here. And Nelson, yeah, the reason why I want to confirm what I want to confirm. So I'll confirm it a bit and then I will let us know. Okay, so 2011-2012, Messi scored 73 goals in club competition. That was the season he had 91 goals because he had about double figures of goals in the national team too. That was 2011-2012 season. Now, in the 2010-2011 season, he scored 53 goals in club. The season before then, 2009-2010, he scored 47 goals in the club. The season before, 2008-2009, he scored 38 goals in total in the club. Should I continue going backward? No. Let me go backwards again. 2007-2008, he scored 16 goals in all competitions in the club. So the highest he has had is that 79 that complemented that season. So it's not like there was an ascendancy of 53, 60, 70, and all in club football, then added to, I think, 12 or thereabout that is scored in the national team, which is something you are saying for Kylian Mbappe.
Yes.
But for Mbappe, if you look at Mbappe, he has been on 40 goals plus for about 3 to 4 seasons. Messi wasn't,
but he did it in one season.
The outlier there is when he scored 50 something goals. Then the following season was that 79.
Exactly.
But this man has had.
What I'm saying is, at least you are seeing that build up of.
But Mbappe has been on 40 plus goals in about 3 seasons or there. But in all competitions in the football, I'm not adding national team goals now.
Okay, I can vouch for him and say, okay, maybe.
Maybe,
but still not there. At least let me see something crazy. See something goes, something goes, and I can say, broadly that okay, maybe let's see next 7 or 10 years to come. Let's see how well Kylian Mbappe can do in this competition. That we can proudly say that he can be able to break that record. But as for now, no.
Okay, I wanted to pick that call, but I picked the call actually, but I think I missed it. You can call back 0817 0000951 0810 Let's have you talk to us regarding this matter. Which of these records set by these guys do you think it will never, or it might take about 50 years or thereabout for them to be broken? Let's know. Hi, good evening. It's 4 p.m.
Hi, good evening. Reliable.
Yes, please.
You know, the way to
what's your name? What's your name?
I mean, Manuel speaking, sorry.
Okay, Manuel, go ahead, please.
All right. Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, they are 2 different players in this current generation now. And talking about their record, the previous record took about 40 years before it was broken. So this Messi goes now, you'll be thinking about 50 years to come because even Mbappe himself cannot meet up that 91 goals in a calendar year. Likewise to Cristiano.
Are you judging that because the other one took 40 years? So you think this other one should also take additional more years? That's the logic you are using, yeah?
One of your co-presenters talked about he wants to see that consistency. If below 45 goals per season. So let him climb up to like 50, 60, 60, 70. We know okay.
Don't you think he will do it this season? He's already on 33. In club, like in all competition in the club, add national team yet.
I understand. let's see now. It's something that we are still watching, but it's very difficult. I bet you Mbappe cannot even reach up to 50 combined. So it will take a lot of time. Not that the record cannot be broken, but it will take a lot of time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think it's going to take a lot of times. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Noko.
No duplicates. Calling from Rumigbo.
Yeah, right, brother.
Go ahead.
I think we always put Ronaldo and Messi forward with whatsoever they are doing to look as if after them there is no other thing that others did. If you talk of record to be broken after now, there are a lot of records Messi and Ronaldo could not break. And there are a lot of records that others have that will not be broken in this generation. For example, like Sadio Mane hat-trick with Southampton, just in a 2 minutes. You talk of a 6 Champions League, a player winning a 6, which is a record. You talk of a player World Cup, Messi and they could not do. So it's not only the 94 94 goal a season record can be broken in next season. Because plan came with fire. We don't know, and they broke a last year. They go Premier League. Broke it for the records. Any other person will come in the next season and do that. And then you that. But the record, like I said, that Champions League. We for one day, the likes of Cruz, the likes of Modric, have 6 Champions League ahead of Messi and Ronaldo. A player, Pele, 1, 2, or 3 champions. I stand to be corrected. World Cup ahead of
3
Messi
World
and Ronaldo.
Cups. 3 World Cups. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. So why don't you always put them on fire? Can another person in any generation wait some player even they shed tears and try and find a way to play even in one World Cup, a person one more than one? So why don't we also put them in that race? And the Sadio Mane 2 minutes hat-trick. Can person why always Ronaldo and Messi? Thank you. Their record can be broken in as much as football is still going forward, and in this generation, not the next generation. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. He wants us to bring in the likes of Pele, who had 3 World Cups before his unfortunate demise, and of course, Southampton 3 minutes hat trick. Yeah. 3 minutes. And there's also the Getmola at the point had 0.97 goals. That should not be goals. That should be goal consistency. Okay. Hi. Good evening. Welcome. I just wanted to hear my voice. Okay, from the phone, not from the radio this time. But in case that was a network fluctuation, please do what to call back. All right. 0817 0000951. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Now,
Yes, please.
just to ask,
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Oh, obviously it's the network. The network will not be angry because I'm asking your name. I know very well. And you too, you'll not be angry because I'm asking your name, because you want your name to be heard. You want to be entitled to your opinion. Who said it? It's just a person that said it. Okay, that was on the lighter note, but keep the calls coming in 0810 9510 951. All right, we're taking them. Good evening.
yeah, relax.
Yes, please.
Evening. Amos, the Barcelona legend.
Amos, the Barca legend.
See, relax. See, it's an insult, comparing all those man named Mbappe, whoever to Messi.
No be comparison. We talk about record. Now record, no be comparison.
You are not comparing.
Now record. Has Messi scored a hat trick? Has he scored a hat trick in 3 minutes?
That person that scored a hat trick in 3 minutes against who? Which tournament?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Are you saying that Messi did not play against lower ranked team?
You can play against Rivers United and score 3 goals in 3.
Did Messi not play against lower ranked teams? Did he not play against lower ranked teams?
I wouldn't want us to argue much on this.
But you start up now, because now you won't bring arguments. We are talking about records. You won't bring comparison with Messi. I can hear you.
See, 90 goals for a calendar year.
91.
It's impossible for anybody. 91, yes. It's impossible for anyone to break it. You understand? It's like in our local palace, they say, I go do am. Do am, make we see. Let Mbappe even at least try come close.
He has not even got to. There was a season Messi even scored 71 or 73 goals in a season. There was a season like that. Okay? So let Mbappe at least even get to 60 before we can even talk of that. So Mbappe, to me, yes, in the national team he has done a lot, but for the club side, he still has to do more.
What do you want me to do for club side?
He has to do, like Barcelona is an hindrance to Real Madrid in Spain. We are their threat in Spain. So he has not even done anything against Barcelona. He has not.
So if he doesn't do anything against Barcelona, that means he has not done anything.
No, because we are there now to stop them of whatever they are.
He don't start.
In Spain.
He don't start.
Okay?
He won't carry us go where we don't know.
Barcelona is there, so I don't think Mbappe will be able to achieve anything in Spain.
Because there is Barca there.
Yes.
Wow.
So now, Gerd Müller you are talking about, see, he was an institution in football. Check what he did for Germany. Not just for Bayern, and the national team as well. So
yeah, of course.
We don't just talk about players because you just perform wonders in your club. What about your national team? So Messi is of that.
Kylian Mbappe has performed wonders. Kylian Mbappe won the World Cup with his national team even before Messi.
Yes. That is what I'm saying.
So what is that like you saying? And when it was in France, he dominated. So what do you want him to do again? Okay, the Champions League.
In the national team, to me, he has tried. He has done a lot.
In club football, he has not tried.
For him, he has to.
He never. Since he's still there now. Since he's still there.
But as I am telling you, he cannot because the Barcelona I am seeing.
Stop him.
Barcelona that just assembled little boys, academy boys, and dominating Spain. I see.
Okay.
I don't see him even succeeding in Spain. Okay, but lastly, Pogba going to Barcelona midfield to displace anyone. My friend was trying to say Pedri always injured. That was previous season. This season, he's been consistent. And in fact, there is a debate that is even the best midfielder in the world. There has been a debate because Hansi Flick made that.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
So, as it is now, Pedri is our creator. He's a creator in chief. And De Jong, Pedri, and either Dani Olmo or Rafinha can come in. That is how our midfield are. So even Dani Olmo is even not just his starter. He comes in. He comes in. So our midfield has been Rafinha, De Jong, and Pedri. And with our playing style, I don't even see Pogba going close there.
Okay.
Because that is the midfield that is going to win both the Champions League, the league,
and the Copa del Rey.
Thank you. All the trophies you are playing.
For your mind. Now that is why I said let's take away the system, because the system thing sounds like a barrier. Let's take away the system. Let's look at individual quality and contributions.
And let's just say Pogba, I know. The Pogba, I know. I cannot argue because I'm a Barcelona fan that the players are better than him. The Pogba, I know. I don't look football like that. But for now, he has not started playing football. He hasn't started playing, so we don't even know his current form. So I can't conclude that they will come to displace my players as it stands. As it stands now, our players are on top form. Whoever comes in perform. So our playing system, high pressing way, holding on to play. So, and off the ball, on the ball, we are very good. So, and I don't think Pogba fits to that system for now.
Okay. Thank you, the Barcelona legend. You're a Barcelona fan, so obviously we understand.
I am a legend
Barca will stop Kylian Mbappe from shining.
No, he cannot.
He cannot.
You understand?
Why not stop him from scoring 33 goals?
Why we didn't stop him?
They don't take light.
No. But I should be able to remind you when he scored against Barcelona and he was beaten by 5-2.
But he scored. This is now. Hold on. This is now Barca against Kylian Mbappe, not Barca against Real Madrid. That means he has had the upper hand over Barca because he scored in that match despite Real Madrid losing.
He cannot. Now, at the end of the day, the humiliation on Real Madrid was much now.
We are talking about Barca stopping Kylian Mbappe from shining.
It's like
Not
it's
Barca
like
stopping Real Madrid from shining.
Alan scoring goals for Norway without winning anything. So you can score, but I don't think you'll be able to win anything in Spain because Barcelona is there.
Okay. No, Allah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. There's a call that was ringing in line 1. Please call back, all right? My name was the Barcelona legend. 0810951091. Okay, so interesting. Barca will stop Kylian Mbappe. If Barca was going to stop Kylian Mbappe, then he shouldn't have scored in the match against Barcelona. Because it's now about Barca against Kylian Mbappe, not Barca against Real Madrid. All right. So if you can't stop Kylian from shining, stop him from scoring against your team. That's where you start from. Because again, whatever happens in the end will have to be individual contributions to the team. All right. And that's why we are looking at records, not trophies, achievement, and all of that stuff. So that's where this conversation is heading towards. Okay. So we're still taking your reactions as we look to. There's a little bit of Real Madrid coach Carlo Ancelotti to go on trial next week for allegedly failing to declare income to Spain's tax office. When I saw this story, the first question I asked myself is, why always Spain? Why always top footballers, top coaches? Tax issues. And they be like, say, money they Spain pass England in football. Now, where the money they now for England? Now for EPL. And for EPL, and they are where the money there. But this is the case. Okay, 0817 0810 By the way, Barca is in a run for how many trophies? So they won the Copa del Rey, yeah? They are in for the La Liga. They are in for the Champions League. There's also the Super Cup. They're also in for it.
Yeah.
No, I think Super Cup is about who wins the...
Super Cup is who wins the Copa del Rey and the league. It's like the Community Shield in the Premier League. Who wins the FA Cup?
So we'll leave that one. So they are in for a treble.
Yeah.
They don't win one.
Winning two.
Two. Are they getting it?
It's possible that
it's possible.
We know it's possible, but what are the chances? What are the possibilities?
Yeah, chances are there that they could get all three trophies because they are actually topping the La Liga, not with enough of cushion, but when it comes to La Liga every season, we tend to look at Barcelona and Real Madrid. Then we could fancy a way of adding Atletico de Madrid, which are not far from it. But then you look at Champions League, Barcelona have been in the Champions League. They are in the Champions League quarterfinals. So it's something that is achievable. Chances that for La Liga, I would say 7 over 10 chance of winning it. Then Champions League, I would say 6 over 10 of winning it.
6 over 10?
Yeah.
Of winning the Champions League or the 3 trophies?
No. La Liga 7 over 10.
Champions League 6.
Champions League 6.
For me, I think in the Champions League 5 over 10. It's going to be a scary one because they have a lot of big teams right there in the Champions League. The likes of Inter Milan are still there. The likes of Real Madrid, very difficult in the Champions League, is still there. Let's not forget the likes of Paris Saint-Germain is still there. They defeated Liverpool, one of the contenders of the Champions League. So obviously, it's going to be difficult for them to win. It's a 5 over 10 for them to win the Champions League. The La Liga, it's a little bit of it's not that far off from second place position. So I think it's going to be a 5 over 10 also for me. It's just matter of consistency and how they can be able to manage their games and avoid injuries. That's what we get in La Liga. For the rest of the trophies, it's obviously 9 over 10 or 10 over 10 for them. So it's overall, I'll give them a 7 over 10 to win at least a treble this season.
Okay, 7 over 10 chances of winning a treble. I'm just trying to confirm the trophy that Barca won that they have already this season. Is it Copa del Rey?
Yes.
They played it at what's it called?
The one that they defeated the one that they defeated Real Madrid.
Yes. Is it 4 goals to 1 or something there?
Okay. Okay, so they are playing Dortmund in the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. They need to get past Dortmund first before they think of others. Please, that was the Spanish Super Cup. That was the Spanish Super Cup. It was the Spanish Super Cup that they defeated Real Madrid to win 5-2. Not the Copa del Rey.
The Copa del Rey is still on.
Yes. Yes, Copa del Rey is still on, please. I just needed to be very, very certain of that. Let me check where they are in the Copa del Rey. Sorry guys, permit us to be sure of these things before we move forward, so we don't give out wrong information. So on the 2nd of next month, they're going to be playing Atletico de Madrid in the Copa del Rey semi-final.
Yes.
Second leg.
Yeah.
Aggregate is 4-4 as it stands. So Copa del Rey is still on. Yes, it was the Spanish Super Cup that they defeated Real Madrid to win. Just to put things in clear perspective, please. So yeah. So that is settled. That's settled. All right, let's move on. Let's look at the transfer column. Let's look at who is going where, who is not going where. I'm very certain that you couldn't wait for this moment. Let's look at the likelihood of players leaving. We're getting closer to the transfer window, to the end of the season. I don't want us to talk about Trent Alexander-Arnold. But like, they don't talk about that matter plenty. Or should we still talk about it? No.
Yeah.
Who tell us no, I go decide. If our listeners say let's talk about it, we'll talk about it. Nah. If you guys want us to talk about it, please let us know.
But now you ask now.
Just send a message. Let us know. We'll talk about it. Don't mind these guys. If you guys want us to talk about the transfer, the imminent, I think it's imminent at this point.
Transfer,
Trent leaving Liverpool and the whole talk of legacy. Now, legacy, person. You guys talked about, I think, was it on Thursday or so?
Yeah, Thursday.
I was like, now legacy, where this guy go chop? Legacy. Person don't stay. Boyhood club, spent how many years, won the Champions League, the Premier League return, everything. When I see the talk legacy, saying legacy go dent if he come out for Liverpool. What do you want making? Is that not being ungrateful?
No, not being ungrateful. It's about considering where you started.
What did they consider?
It's where it started from now. If the likes of Chelsea came for Gerrard in 2005, but Gerrard decided to stay at Liverpool based on the fact that he has that commitment.
What's the link between T and G?
Now why you know win Premier League? Because if they say be moved, should we forgo win Premier League for Chelsea? Look at the amount of Premier League trophies Chelsea has won within that period.
Well, it's commitment.
And look at the legacy he has built.
Exactly.
Which legacy we built?
Everybody, we are all different human beings, and we all know what is good for us. Trent has chosen money and possibly personal ambition over any other thing, and you look at it, he has made the right choice because that is what he wants. At the end of the day, you don't need to please anybody and displease yourself. The man knows what he wants. He cannot be Gerrard. Gerrard can never be Trent Alexander-Arnold. That's what it is. Gerrard has chosen to stay against all odds, even when the trophies were not coming. So these are two different persons, two different two different ambitions. So I think for Liverpool faithfuls, they need to get used to the fact that Trent Alexander-Arnold is leaving. And like I said last week, players come and go. Club still remain.
That's not even where I'm going. Where I'm going is that talk of legacy.
That's
Say
what
legacy.
I'm coming to that point. Whether Liverpool fans like it or not, if you're talking about Liverpool history in modern day football, you have to put a player named Trent Alexander-Arnold.
How would you not put his name there?
The man has built a legacy for himself. He's a cult hero. For a player that has played more than 300 games in all competitions for Liverpool, it shows that he has been consistent. So I think You could burn his jersey, do whatever you want to do. His legacy in Liverpool lives on. It's that simple for Liverpool fans.
Let's look at the transfer column, guys. Interesting report here in the transfer column. That's where I am at the moment. I'm seeing something very, very interesting. It's about Bruno Fernandes, it's about Real Madrid, it's about Manchester United, it's about Manchester City, it's about Barcelona, it's about Pedri, it's about Chelsea, it's about Barca again, it's about Jules Koundé. Let me start from here. So Manchester United's Portugal midfielder Bruno Fernandes, or he says the correct pronunciation of that name is Bruno Fernandes, is 30, is a £90 million transfer target for Real Madrid, according to the Star. Nelson.
Good deal.
Good deal.
Obviously.
For
good deal.
the man, Abi, or for
yes,
the club?
for the man and for the club too. 90 million. It's a good deal. Depending
for Man Yuba.
For Manchester United, is a good deal. And for also
what
for
is
Bruno
Real Madrid
Fernandes.
benefiting from Bruno Fernandes?
I'll tell you something. For Real Madrid, Madrid cannot cough out 90 million to sign Bruno Fernandes.
Why can't they cover
Madrid
90
prefer
million?
to wait until his contract is expired.
What do they even want to get from Bruno Fernandes?
And beside, you look at Bruno Fernandes, what is he going to do in Real Madrid? If you want to replace Luka Modric, you cannot replace Luka Modric with Bruno Fernandes. How old is Bruno Fernandes?
He's 30.
That's what you're looking at. So I don't think that's...
For Barca once traded a 20-something-year-old for a 30-year-old.
How confused can a club be? I don't know. So for me, I think that transfer will not see the light of the day.
All right, next one. Incoming sporting director. By the way, he has been confirmed as the sporting director of Arsenal. I'm talking about Andre Beta. Will have the task of completing a deal for Real Sociedad Spain midfielder Martin Zubimendi and interest in the 26-year-old from Real Madrid. So Arsenal and Real Madrid, according to Mirror, fighting out for Martin Zubimendi, somebody that was once chased by Liverpool. Benjamin?
Yeah, I think Liverpool didn't get their man, so they opted for Wataru Endo at some point because, they lost at first on Moise Caicedo, and then Romeo Latvia went for Zubimendi. The man said he wanted to, his wife said they still need to be in Spain and all that. So the man remained and then fighting relegation right now, relegation battles, but that doesn't mean, I think Liverpool later went for Wataru Endo, being a substitute for what's his name, Ryan Gravenberch. So I think the man might likely be fancying a move to Real Madrid because he's still Spain. Remember, he didn't move to Liverpool because he wanted to stay in Spain. So this is Spain, and his current club is still in the same city as Real Madrid. So I think the man will be fancying a move to Real Madrid.
All right. Manchester City view Spain international Pedri as an ideal option for their midfield, but Barcelona have no intention of selling the 22-year-old, according to Ficaes. Your thoughts?
It's obvious. Barcelona will not let Pedri go. Yes, I know Man City want to get these young players now, but it's getting too late for that. This should have been done more years ago. At least that the time you had complete midfielders, then wasn't of getting this player. So right now, it's going to be difficult for Barcelona to release any of the prospect players. Gavi and Pedri, they recently slammed up to 100 million for Lamine Yamal. So releasing the players is not going to be possible.
That was the same way they slammed for
Ansu Fati.
Yeah, we know. The release clause, we know. Okay, but Pedri would be an ideal signing for Man City.
Yeah, it's a very ideal signing for Man City if that move will make, even if it's a loan deal, it's going to be ideal for Man City because Man City are struggling in the midfield now. Pedri is the kind of unique midfielder that he can defend, he can distribute the ball to the wing and also to the striker. So that is going to be a wonderful signing for Man City. But if they can get a loan deal, it's going to be good. But that injury is the problem. But still, it's a good signing overall. So
okay, potential good signing there. Manchester City have held initial talks about signing a 20-year-old Sweden midfielder. His name is Hugo Larsson, with Eintracht Frankfurt holding out for at least £50 million, according to Sky Sport in Germany. So City are looking at bolstering their midfield. Chelsea have met Barcelona's France defender Jules Koundé. We are back here again. Their primary target for the summer transfer windows, according to sports reporting in Spain. We're back here. Chelsea pursuing Jules Koundé again.
Same thing that happened before is against Sevilla. And they're bringing, and the man don't want to go. It's simple fact. And look, I've said this for Pedri. I'm going to also say it for Jules Koundé. Barcelona will not let any of their players go, and Jules Koundé do not fancy Chelsea at all.
But okay.
Did not fancy Chelsea at all.
How do you know?
I don't.
How do you come to that conclusion?
The Sevilla saga did not teach you something. The Sevilla saga between Barcelona and Chelsea going for Jules Koundé. He obviously chose Barca, sorry. Even the likes of Rafinha was in Leeds, and Chelsea came for him. Barcelona came for him. He chose to go to Barcelona. So it's the man's decision. He don't want to play for an English club right now. He don't want to play for Chelsea in the sense. So I think it's obviously there. So them going for him. The only thing I can say is, yes, they can slam a very big, huge salary that he can't refuse. But personally, the way he's going for him at Barcelona is already good enough. So come to Chelsea is a no-no. So I don't think he's going to go to Chelsea.
All right, Barca are close to agreeing a contract extension with 34-year-old Polish keeper Wojciech Szczesny until June 2026. Fabrizio Romano reports.
Deal because you look at Marc-André ter Stegen, the man has been injured all through. So Chelsea, Barcelona actually need that senior head in the midfield. Apart from the game against Benfica, the first leg where the man fumbled, the first leg, when he fumbled, Barca later came to win that game 4-3. Is it 4-3? Yeah, I think Barca came to win that game 4-3. The man has been a decent, makeshift keeper, a backup keeper for Andres ter Stegen. He's brought that experience that he's had over the years at Arsenal and Juventus. So remember, this man was retired, but when Barca came calling, the man, had to put on his clothes.
When Barca went crying.
Barca they weren't crying.
No, they weren't crying.
When Barca came calling.
No, they weren't crying.
No.
How do you go and resurrect? You resurrected a 34-year-old from retirement. How are you going to cry?
That's because you need.
Barca was in.
If Barca,
I need help situation.
If they went to cry, they wouldn't have been paying him salaries.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
So,
why they no go for Kepa Arrizabalaga?
He liked their man.
Anyways, that was an
they got their man, and the man has been decent. So it's a good deal to keep him until the second comes back and then becomes fit enough to mount the post again.
Okay, Bournemouth are keen on signing Spain goalkeeper Kepa Arrizabalaga on a permanent deal from Chelsea that summer. The 30-year-old is currently on season-long loan with the Cherries, according to Fabrizio Romano.
I think that's his level. So I think that's his level. Bournemouth
Kepa. Is Chelsea not struggling within the goalpost or in the goalpost?
I think Chelsea don't want him. So Bournemouth is his level. He should remain there.
He went to Real Madrid too. He's not even doing very well in Madrid.
I don't think the guy is made for a big team. Let him just remain there.
I want to TikTok. Imagine Kepa Arrizabalaga sit down here.
Good penalty keeper for that matter.
On tell and say, Kepa, you are not meant for a big team. How will he feel?
I'll tell him to his face.
No, I know he will tell him, but I'm just thinking of he will send the guy to depression.
Oga, the only thing I owe is to tell you the truth. You're not made for a big team.
Bournemouth fits him.
If you're made for a big team, you went to Chelsea, you didn't cut it. You went to Real Madrid, you didn't cut it. You're not cutting it at Bournemouth. What does that tell you? Remain there.
Oh. Okay, no problem. Let's continue. We're still in transfer column. Atletico Madrid wants Chelsea's Argentina midfielder Enzo Fernandez, who's 24. But the Spanish side is preparing an offer of about £35 million for somebody who didn't buy 100 and something million pounds. Plus 21-year-old Spain midfielder Pablo Barrios for the World Cup winner. Fekayes once again.
They want to swap Pablo Barrios for Enzo Fernandez.
With £21 million.
With 21 million. Oh, it's a very, very poor deal, first of all. Barring the fact that he bought the man up to 100 million from this Sporting. No, it was not Sporting. That was, I've forgotten the team. The team, Benfica, sorry. Benfica. He bought him for 100 million in Benfica. That would be low in profit. And
to go buy
no, it's business. It's also business for the two of them.
World Cup
winner. Yes, World Cup winner. So the opportunity that Benfica saw, big cash outs recently.
Cut your cost. Cut your
Tyler Dublin is now slammed for 100 million when it
does that mean they're going to sign him 100? And they look at the age difference and look at what Dublin is playing. I think Dublin could give you 10-15 years of football career. But the truth is, Chelsea need to cut their cost. If they must sell him, cut their cost, see how they can get a bit of high price.
But you didn't really need to sell Enzo.
No, they don't need to.
You don't need to.
Yes, but
the guy that's hoping for himself is not that.
If Enzo wants to go, I think he's made for Atletico Madrid. Those mechanic kind of football, rigid kind of football will suit him.
And maybe that's why Atletico are considering him.
They know their people.
Julian Alvarez was convincing him to move to the
Rodrigo
club,
de Paul,
obviously.
they know
Rodrigo
their
de Paul too. So if he wants to go, it's a decision actually, but it's going to be a matter of profit and loss
Is
for
it a step
Chelsea.
up or a step down?
It's still a step up.
A step up,
It's
right?
still a
It's a
step
step
up.
up.
It's a step up. It's still a step
Champions
up.
League football, competing for the
Still
La
a
Liga
step up.
title. You can win a trophy at least.
But
possibly-
Chelsea can come back and do that next season.
No way.
Yeah. Okay. RB Leipzig hold a serious interest in Sunderland midfielder Job Bellingham. Please, I did not say Jude Bellingham. I said Job Bellingham. His younger brother, who is 19, but consider the Black Cats' current asking price for the England under 21 international too high, according to Sky Sport in Germany. Manchester United Academy coach Colin Little says England forward Cole Palmer came close to joining the Old Trafford side from Manchester City when he was 16. All this came close to joining, came close. He got it in the sound for my ear when I hear him. Palmer 22 stayed at City but left to join Chelsea last year, the Metro report.
No, what's his name? The former Liverpool goal, Rafa Benitez, almost signed Cristiano Ronaldo. So,
now why all these came close to signing, came close to I get how the thing they sound for my ear. When I hear him, came close to okay. Oh God, you know sign, be say you know sign. They whine us. All right. Are we done with the transfer? What's wrong with you? Be careful. All right, so guys, quickly, a little bit on City. Is City progressing to the next round of the FA Cup? Yeah.
Yes, obviously. Against Bournemouth is an easy win, except Bournemouth want to cause a little bit of upset, but it's an easy win for Arteta, bearing the fact that that is the only side, that's the only trophy that's remaining. All emotions, all tactical flowing for Arteta is right now. As I said, I'm sorry, Pep Guardiola. Right now, he's talking to his boys that this is the only cup we have in the season. It's Man City. Let at least get a trophy. So it's going to be a difficult one for Bournemouth. But let's see if the game is going to be one-sided, or obviously Bournemouth can be able to come out and cause an upset and win the game.
Okay, let's see if that is going to happen. This transfer report regarding Bruno Fernandes and Real Madrid is gaining momentum. I don't even know what in Real they find for Bruno, but I'm not the one to talk about this. Maybe some other times I will have my say on that. But yeah, it's what it is at the moment. Do we have some messages from that portal? Let's see. The WhatsApp portal. Which one be the young Senegalese president? Henry Ogugwo is in the studio. I don't know how you guys have. I don't know whatever plans you people have. Look like Brian Gusso is coming. Anyways, we've heard before. I want to continue the good works of somebody in Nigeria. So maybe Brian Gusso is continuing the good works of Amaju Melvin Pini, because what's the fate of the Falcons? The WAFCON is in July. This is almost April. There's no more international window from now until
about
July.
2 months, 3 months, give or take, before the WAFCON gets to start. The Falcons haven't played a game this year. They said they played Algeria twice last year. Now that should be enough. But Algeria have been playing, South Africa have been playing, Morocco have been playing.
So that should be enough. That should be enough.
Well, I'm not the one to answer.
Yeah. I ask you and Guso we can get discussion. You see.
No, we not get
when
discussion.
I no talk.
We not talk.
Now your friend, now he black like you.
No, now the man no agree pick my call.
No, he pick your call. Call him back. Call him back. He go pick your call. I didn't get your thought on Man City Bournemouth later this evening, Benjamin, as we switch sides, myself and Henry.
Yeah, it's currently on our screen. So I think FA Cup have served us lots of upsets. But if Manchester City gets to lose this game, I don't think that's an upset, because this season they've been a shadow of themselves. Bournemouth could have, they've got players that could actually hurt Manchester City. Semenyo, Kluivert, lots of them. And I think for Man City they need to tighten up their sleeves. If they can't get it done, I think Bournemouth could actually get it done. I don't see a draw in regulation time. This game could just end in. I don't see this game going into extra time. Could just end in regulation time. If City doesn't get the needed win, I think what's the name? Bournemouth could actually get the win.
Okay, so it is currently the FA Cup. Yes, quarterfinals game between Bournemouth, AFC Bournemouth, and Manchester City, and it is still goalless with about 5 minutes on the clock. Wait to see how things do transpire. Well, you are listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo now here with you to run you through from now till the 6 o'clock hour for today's Sports Live. Reliance and the guys have done justice to other sports and European football, and it is time for us to delve into the world of Nigerian football.
Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wampo, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
And yes, this is still Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station today, 95.1 FM. And yes, we are here and you are listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo, and I have Benjamin Mina still here in the studio with me, Victor Israel, as well as Osagi Inhiwi. And we will be delving everything we have for you in the world of Nigerian football. And we are starting off with the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Well, the WAFCON is not too far off. You're talking about 3 months' time, and it will be commencing July 5th. And yes, from July 5th to July 26th, 2025. And Nigeria is in Group B alongside Tunisia, Botswana, and Algeria. Now, other teams in that group, Tunisia, Botswana, and Algeria, have been playing games. But Nigeria is the only team from that group that is yet to play a game in 2025. Now, the Falcons, their last game was they did play on 30th of November 2024, and they have been 2 international windows, with the third coming up from the 31st of March being tomorrow to April 8th, and yet no game and no camp to prepare for the WAFCON. Now, meanwhile, Eagles Tracker Media, in an exclusive interview, called for more attention for the Super Falcons. Now, let's listen to that one.
The Super Falcons were completely ignored last month when they had an international break. Completely ignored. Their counterparts were playing games. They were watching from their home base. Guess what? There's another international break in women's football next week, April. Nothing has been said about the Super Falcons' participation. The NFF promised them that they would engage them in April. April is 1 week away, and the Super Falcons have not heard anything about international fixtures. We cannot keep neglecting the Super Falcons, and then we now expect them to go to Morocco in the summer and somehow win the WAFCON. If they don't win the WAFCON title back from South Africa, nobody dare try to criticize these women, because they are getting no preparation. And this is something that NFF were happy about when Randy Wardrum stepped down, because Randy Wardrum was on their necks about things like this. Tell me how you want them to win anything when they don't have games to prepare. The players are not happy. They want to be engaged. We cannot keep ignoring these ladies and tell them that they should perform. When I interviewed a bunch of Super Falcons players, what they kept on saying is, we need to stay active. We need to stay active. This thing is very, 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 very important. So there's one international break in April, there's one in May, and then there's one in June before the WAFCON in July.
And yes, that's the state of things as regards to Super Falcons of Nigeria. International breaks, international windows taking place, other teams participating in games, and they are not participating. Benjamin, let me head over to you now. I mean, the Super Falcons yet to play a game. Definitely all fault, or will you say all blame falls at the doorstep of the NFF as regards this one?
I think I would blame the NFF because we keep talking about pointing fingers, blaming players for their performances, blaming coaches, performances in games, but we leave little blames for the NFF. I think from the way it's looking, I think the NFF are to blame, because you cannot have a window and then not schedule matches for these players. It's not as though there's no competition around. There's a competition in WAFCON. That's like the Women African Cup of Nations. It's an important competition, and we've known how Nigerians have been champions over and over again. So I think the NFF at this point in time needs to be blamed. That's why most times I look at the Super Eagles and we just call on players and we call on the players, the coaches, that are not good enough. But NFF, what have they been doing to improve it? If the NFF had brought out coach, I've named a coach for the Super Eagles for a long time before now, things like this wouldn't have been happening. And then look at now we are now here talking about the Super Falcons and the way that no game have been scheduled for them. Their opponents or their counterparts that are going to be in the competition are actually preparing themselves. And if you don't prepare yourself in a tournament like this, the truth is you cannot go there and do magic. You can do little or nothing. No matter how brilliant you are in school, if you don't read towards examination, my brother, it's going to be a problem for you. You risk having carryover. Yes, you could remember a little thing or some things that you've read before now. You could use, but what if those doesn't come into those questions are not asked? It becomes a problem for you. So I think the NFF are not doing something good. We've had lots of teams that we just need to play friendly games with. We are not doing anything. So at this point in time, I think the NFF needs to sit up and take responsibilities and then see how they can get games for the Super Falcons.
Now, Osas, coming over to you now, do you think this is a case of neglect or incompetence? I mean, it's Super Falcons, it's women's football. There's been that complaint or that talk from certain quarters that, I mean, when it comes to the female national teams, there's not much attention or there isn't attention paid to them. So now, do you think that's the case, or it's more of the case of, I mean, even if it's a female team, this is the main national or the women's national team, and we have the WAFCON just a couple of months away. We want to regain our title, so we should be playing games and be in a competitive, or we say the players should be getting used and acclimatized to each other. And at the end of the day, that is not happening. So, I mean, do you think this is neglect or more of just plain incompetence?
I think it's a combination of all, but majorly the huge percentage goes to incompetence, because it's only when you're incompetent that you would have flaws like this, because it's a case of negligence and neglect for what is supposed to be. Yeah, too many of attentions given to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. No thanks to the drive and push for a 2026 World Cup qualification. That's one of the reasons why the Super Falcons have been neglected this long. But the truth is, they are the national team of Nigeria in terms of female football. They are also a prime or apex national team for Nigeria as regards female football, and they've got a task ahead of them. The WAFCON is going to be up and running in July, and you can see that every other nation has been in preparation. They have stepped up preparation. The Bayana of South Africa have also been doing the same. Zambia have been in one or two friendlies. I think one of their friendlies was against either Japan or Korea, or one of it thereabouts. I did see that. I think it's one thing that is going to affect the Super Falcons. Number one, remember that they have lost their place as regards their seats when it has to do with the Hall of Fame when we talk about female football in Africa. I think it's going to take some time for them to regain that, but the only way you can do is getting it right when it has to do with preparations. I think the NFF at this point are just relying on the skills of the Super Falcon players, as well as the past glory. Yes, they would say 9-time winners of the WAFCON, so they can go there at any point in time without preparations and do it. But football has changed, most especially female football in Africa. It has changed, because you can see the likes of Morocco, the likes of Tunisia, the likes of Algeria, all coming up when it has to do with female football. These names were not there before. We used to talk about the likes of Nigeria, maybe the Black Queens of Ghana. We look at Equatorial Guinea before even looking at South Africa. But this time, you can see that African nations are rising in terms of female football. So if we do not prepare, definitely they say if you fail to prepare, you have already prepared to fail. And that is exactly what will be happening to the Super Falcons of Nigeria, because if they are going there, it's just sheer individual brilliance that they're going to put forward there. But that cohesion as a team, that chemistry as a team has not been built, because the only way you build chemistry is when you take part in games. You come together, you understand the rudiments, you understand each and every player gets to understand themselves. So if that doesn't take place, we've got 1 or 2 windows before then, and there's going to be a window in May. So if we decide to continue skipping it, then that means the next action you're going to see is the Super Falcons of Nigeria at the WAFCON, and it's going to be pretty disastrous to see them at the WAFCON ill prepared, because I must tell you, the Bayana of South Africa, Desire Ellis, over the weekend was stating it. She said, why would you place Morocco and Nigeria ahead of South Africa in terms of mentioning the favorites? Meaning they are preparing and they have one goal, not just winning the WAFCON, but laying a claim to the fact that they are the new queens of Africa. And if you don't prepare, you're just giving it to them on a platter of gold. You're giving it to them free-handedly, that they should now become the queens of Africa. So it's going to be pretty painful if South Africa knocks us out of the 2026 World Cup qualifiers, then go to the WAFCON again and do the same. It's only the age grade competitions now that we can say Nigeria is still head over heels in control of it, head over heels better than South Africa. Yeah, talking about the Flamingos, and maybe you look at the under 17s and under 20s for the men. But I think it's one thing that we must begin to check ourselves. We must do an open heart surgery, so that we if we know or we believe that this is where we want to take our football, then we must start making conscious changes to ensure that we get to that path.
Okay, now, Victor, coming over to you now, what does this mean for our WAFCON chances? We're in a group with Botswana, Tunisia, and Algeria. All teams are playing games. Maybe, I want to say, share quality. The Super Falcons, you don't expect them to drop points or lose to any of these teams. But, I mean, football can be very funny at the end of the day. We also saw Morocco peep Germany in the last Women's World Cup to cross the group to the round of 16. We crossed our group against all odds to the round of 16 in the last World Cup. So, I mean, you could say anything is possible. So, now, what does this mean for our WAFCON chances? Also, for the fact that since Rowdy Waldrum left, they don't have a substantive coach. Let's not forget that Justin Madugu is there on interim basis, and they said they will find a coach for this team this year before the WAFCON. So what time does the new coach have to work with them? And even if you appoint a new coach, I mean, he has to be been appointed and use these windows to work with the team. So I mean, what does this mean for our WAFCON chances? Are we looking at a situation whereby we're going to the WAFCON and we feel nothing will happen? Maybe at best, try as much as possible to replicate what we did at the last WAFCON, and maybe, just maybe, would you say, make it to the semi-finals? That you say the girls have done enough. But I mean, for the preparation itself, are you seeing a scenario whereby we don't even get to go as far as the semi-finals this WAFCON?
I think you don't need rocket science to tell you that you need to prepare. Just as the guys earlier said, if you fail to prepare, irrespective of the quality we have in the Super Falcons, we still need preparation, because what we'll just be putting out there is just more like a display of individual abilities. We know we have the likes of Asisat Oshola, we have the likes of Rashidat Ajibade. These are players that on a good day, no African player comes close to them. But what about the other players? What about the cohesion? The cohesion that Osas did point out there. These players need to play together. These players need to understand the mechanism of playing as a team before they could go against the likes of the Tunisians and all that. And if the NFF doesn't give them these preparatory games, if they don't give them this platform to practice these things, then I think our chances for the WAFCON is more like, if I'm to say, I would say maybe more like a 30% chance of thriving in the WAFCON, because there's no magic the players will go there to conjure. It is what you've practiced, it is what you've learned, what the coach have instructed the players. That's what we need. The Super Eagles are doing calculations and solving mathematics at this point because of failure to name a coach from the onset. Why try to use the national team to be doing? I don't know if it's experimental grants, where we had to bring in Finidi George to come and experiment things. After that, we had to go to Eguavon to try and see what he can do. Since Waldrum left, there have been no replacements. No, I would say no tangible replacements, because just as you pointed out, the gaffer there is on interim base, and you don't plan for the long term with an interim based coach. Name more like a permanent coach for now. Let him start the work. Let him start the structure. Let him build up something for this team, not just for the WAFCON, but also for other competitions in the long run. So I just feel the NFF are always they are just like having a certain team in Europe, Tottenham. They're just like Daniel Levy. They always want to be centered on the problem. There's no solution to the problem. You always go back and forth on this problem. The NFF are costing Nigerians good football, because we've seen the new coach that came in for the Super Eagles. We've seen Eric Chell. Maybe these two games might not define who he really is, but these two games have pointed out that yes, if you have a coach, a defined coach, maybe you'll get to see glimpses of good structure. But for the Super Falcons, I think we shouldn't just rely on past glory. That the Super Falcons are very good at what they do. Failure to prepare, will not be surprised when they will leave the competition in just the group stage.
And now, Osas, that raises the question, or that border that, I mean, the good work a lot of people felt was done, or the strides we had taken under Randy Waldrum, although some people say the last WAFCON performance was under his stead, but the man did also point out that he didn't really have as good a preparation as he had wanted, and we all remember the debacle before the World Cup. I mean, but in that points to the question that the good work we saw, or the growth a lot of people, especially at the international scene, we saw under Randy Waldrum, at this point or at this stage, it looks like it's going to be lost with the way the team is going or the team is going at this point in time?
Yeah, it's most likely that it will be lost because under Justin Madugu, I think he's got 2 games under his belt, and those were friendly games against Algeria. And you know, Algeria is pretty not a female footballing nation for us to grade the coach with that. It's not, Algeria is not
A powerhouse
yes,
or
not
a force to
no
reckon with.
disrespect to them,
Yeah.
but they're not a powerhouse for you to say, okay, Justin Madugo, we could grade you with what you have done against Algeria, or you could even use it as a person to restructure your team. So it's more or less like the Super Falcons of Nigeria are still where Randy Wardrum left them. And the funny thing here is they are not just there, but they are retrogressing. Because if there is no improvement, there's nothing like being static in football. You definitely return back. So that's exactly what I see from here. So it's a Super Falcons that would have lost a lot since what they did build with Randy Wardrum, and with the inavailability of games, with the lackluster performance of the team, or call it preparation of the team, then there's no other thing that you can talk about right now than the Super Falcons having lost a lot since that good performance in the FIFA Women's World Cup in 2023. So it's more or less like, yeah, they are where they are at this point. Maybe, you know, in Nigeria, what we usually love is when we have corrective maintenance, when we have, hey, it has happened, oh yeah, what do we do? That's the precarious situation that the Super Eagles of Nigeria are in right now. So maybe without these performances, without these preparations, they go to the WAFCON and they exit in the group stages, battered by some of the unlikely teams. Then that is the period that everyone will sit up, the administrators will sit up and say, it's time for us to get a coach. It's time for us to begin to look at what happened to the players, what happened to the team. So I think where they are right now, I can't even say they are where they were during the World Cup. They have gone back. You've not had a coach. It's just a coach on interim base. What has he done? What has he changed? You've not even given him the time for him to take these players through and work out some modalities for changes. So it's basically where you were, or even less than that.
Okay, now Benjamin, coming over to you, let's look at Musa Guzo's board. Next year we'll make it 4 years, and that will be the end of the tenure. Next year will be the end of his tenure as the NFF president. How will you rate his board's involvement or their control of Nigerian football? Because I mean, you look at where we find the Super Eagles at this point in time. You look at where the national youth teams are at this point in time. You look at the Super Falcons at this point in time. Although you might want to say some of the issues or vestiges from the Amaju Pinnick era or tenure as NFF president, but I mean, how do you rate this man's tenure or period in charge of the NFF so far? It looks like everything just keeps on getting worse time and time over and over again. Is that the case? So, do you feel he has failed? Do you feel he hasn't done enough to actually aid the growth of Nigerian football and to improve the performances of the national teams?
Yeah, I think failed is the word. I think we've not really improved from post Amaju Pinnick era, because Amaju Pinnick's era was a bit better than this. And the worst thing to happen to your leadership, or it's that people tend to look at the previous person that was there and miss the person to say, oh, the person was better than you. Let's take it. Let's take it one after the other. Under 17, went to the World Cup, lost. They lost the World Cup. That's the under 17, the females lost the World Cup and lost in the World Cup. Came back. The under 20, their Nations Cup have not yet started because the hosting right. What's their name? Avicos came out to say they cannot host the tournament. So
that's for the men's under 20.
Yes, that's for the men under 20. And then you look at the Super Eagles. Yeah, we've qualified for the Nations Cup. The World Cup is unlikely, and they've not it took the NFF forever to name a coach up until now. They got a coach after lots of interim managers coming in. Jose Pestero left, struggling. The Super Falcons haven't gotten a coach, still substantive. And then no friendly games for the Super Falcons. The WAFCON is coming up. So we've just been going round one circle. So for me, I think you look at his 4-year tenure, he might likely be going for second tenure. That's what it is. You look at it and you sit down, you examine the whole thing. I think we've not really made progress in any angle. We've not really made progress. That's the truth. We've not made progress.
Okay, so things are playing out this way for the Super Falcons of Nigeria, yet to play a game. Quickly, guys, what are your expectations for this WAFCON? What do you feel, based on how preparations have been going, will be a fair finish for the Super Falcons of Nigeria? Let me start off with you, Victor.
I think if measures are not put in place on time, we just see the Super Falcons exiting in the group stage. It will not be a breaking news to me, because looking at the things coming from the M of affairs, or those in charge of setting up this team, I think a group stage exit will just be the best option, so that when they see that, they will understand that this is the result of the lackluster arrangements and the result of failing to put this team in proper care. So if they survive the group stage, maybe go on to the next round, that's a miracle for me.
Okay, Benjamin?
I think with the experience of the players, that's what the NFF want to rely on. With the experience of the players and lack of coach, we might just likely be finishing in quarterfinals. If you get to the quarterfinals, it's a miracle. But one thing about Nigerian football is the fact that, just when you think that you just write them off and you think things are not going well, things will not go well, they just spring up surprises.
But do we have to keep on relying on that?
That is what I'm saying. We cannot keep relying on that. The truth is, why we think we rely on that is because it tends to be working for us. That's it. Look at the Nations Cup under Jose Pestero. We wrote them off, lots of up and down. At the end of the day, they came out second. So I think it's the NFF always relying on luck, individual abilities to take the team to the next level. That's what we are always. In fact, this is not just in football. It's all around our sporting sector. So I think quarterfinal stages will be the best that we could go. But another thing, do not write up the ladies. They might just spring up surprises. That's what the NFF always rely on, and it does work for us.
Asad, this shared same sentiments to the guys that the girls are not making it to the semi-finals.
I think they will get to the semi-finals. In as much as they are ill-prepared, the Super Eagles have grown. The Super Falcons, I beg your pardon, have grown quality enough to at least be ranked amongst the top 5 nations in African female football. They are supposed to be on top.
The top ranked team.
Yes, they are supposed to be on top if well prepared. But what I mean, top 5 is without preparations, they should still be amongst the top 5. If not South Africa, maybe Morocco, and most likely Zambia. I don't even think without preparations Zambia would, apart from Barbara Banda, who seems to be the one they rely on. It's not as if the Zambian female national team is head over heels better than the Super Falcons of Nigeria, even without preparation. So apart from these nations, the Super Eagles should be able to be placed in that 4th seed. So they will definitely get to the semi-finals. But the semi-finals or semi-final ticket is pretty not accepted for the pedigree that the Super Falcons have built for themselves in Africa. They are supposed to, it's been a while they won the WAFCON trophy. They are supposed to aim for winning the WAFCON trophy. So they could get to the semi-finals, but if they do, for me, I think it's a failure.
Okay, so the guys are not expecting much from the next WAFCON to be held in Morocco from July 5th to 26th. The Super Falcons yet to play any game this year, with 3 international windows already gone. and nothing heard from the NFF as regards that side. 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. That's for the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and you can send your thoughts over there and we will read them as the show does progress. Now let's talk a bit about the World Cup qualifiers before we get to talk about the NSC, talking about the games they do have installed for the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the hope of probably trying to qualify for the World Cup and improve teams around the team. But I mean, when you look at fortune, you're looking at the Bafana, and yeah, they enjoy a 6 points advantage in Group 4, the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers over there in United States, Mexico, and Canada. And they have 4 games left: Nigeria, Rwanda, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe. 3 out of those 4 games will be played in South Africa. Rwanda away from home in Kigali, Nigeria at home in Johannesburg, Lesotho away from home, but most likely in South Africa, and Zimbabwe, who are playing in South Africa.
Now, Lesotho, Zimbabwe did write to FIFA for them to have their home games in South Africa.
Now, isn't that an unfair advantage? I know South Africa have a 6 point lead, but isn't that an unfair advantage?
The unfair advantage or unfair doings, I think, kickstarted from I don't know who set up that group. 3 South African nations in that group. How many West African nations do we have there? 2. Benin Republic and Nigeria. So, though maybe I don't know, my mind might be looking at it this way just because of the situation at hand right now. But
let's leave the situation at hand now. But is this fair? Actually, is it? Let's leave the fact that there are 3. It can happen sometimes. You could have a situation. There are some groups that could have 3 or 4 from West Africa. But I mean, the fact that opponents have to play their home game in a stadium, in a place where it will favor one of the teams in the group. Isn't that unfair?
That's what I'm saying. For us to know if it's unfair, it has to start from the beginning. That's the reason why I went back there. Because now see, this is what I'm looking at. Why don't we begin to look at how groups could be properly set up not to have undue advantages? Because now, the moment, for me, I'm just trying to play things in my head. The moment it looked like South Africa was in the driving seat, Zimbabwe, take it or leave it, something still speaks through me or within me that game between Nigeria and the Warriors of Zimbabwe was most likely marshaled out by the Zimbabweans with the fact or something behind their mind. South Africa needs us to take out points from the Super Eagles of Nigeria right here, because you could see that the master plan for that game from the Zimbabweans was don't let them score. So all of this circles around the fact that you've got nations from the same region and most likely all will work together for the
South
good
Africa
of one.
is a stronger nation.
Yes.
You don't expect Lesotho or Zimbabwe to qualify for the World Cup.
Every South African nation would want to see a South African country at the World Cup. Now, let's look at it. Even after the game between Nigeria and Zimbabwe, a part of football lovers here in Nigeria came out to blame the administrators. That's what did you do when Lesotho and Zimbabwe wrote to FIFA that they want to see off their home games in South Africa?
But,
you were supposed to write a petition.
Reports yesterday had it that the NFF did write any petition, although we can't confirm it.
We can't confirm that because nothing. It was like, okay, you kept quiet and you looked at it. What were you expecting? Now look at the situation that we are right now. Do you think that, in quotes, Lesotho is going to be playing South Africa at home in South Africa? Then do you think that Lesotho would have the guts or would be able to take out points?
It still feels like South Africa is playing at home because the support will be in their favor.
The support will be in their favor. Hospitality is to a fellow South African country, and these things are going to water down, most especially what you are going to be expecting at the end of the day. Take it or leave it. I know you might want to say, no, this is football, we have to, but it has a way of affecting the outcome. The same thing with Zimbabwe. The only
how would I put it now? The only saving grace that the Super Eagles might be having is if the Rwandans will be able. But you know that out of a possible 4, the South Africans can decide to say, let's put all our eggs in the Rwandan basket and make sure we get a result on that final day. It's more or less like the others will have the result. It's going to be very difficult for the Super Eagles of Nigeria to go all the way to South Africa and get all 3 points. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's going to be very, very difficult. So that was why yesterday on the show, what we were looking at was the possible way of qualifying through the back door. This time we're no longer looking at topping the group. How can we get amongst the 4 second-placed teams at the end of the day? Is there any possibility? This is also the same thing that we are going to be facing, because Nigeria is going to play Lesotho away, and that is going to be in South Africa. Now, what happens? Every South African will come out to support Lesotho. Now, that's one again against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So you can see all these back and forth, the antics and all of that are things that will water down or try to hamper whatever you're going to be doing. So look at it and look at it carefully. Now, it's one thing that I think if I were to be maybe opportune to talk to FIFA, it's something that we need to look at.
Maybe
make sure that
give them, because I mean those games are still quite some distance, some time of September and October.
Yes.
So you could give an order that look for other suitable maybe go
venues.
to Angola and play,
Yeah.
go to Rwanda and play, go somewhere else and play, but not in South Africa.
Not in South Africa. Not in South Africa. South Africa. Now look at Benin Republic. They needed to see off their home games. Where did they go to? Ivory Coast. Not a country in the group. Why would you go to a country that is in the group? Why would you go to a country that is in the group? So these are things that I feel CAF, FIFA did not look at. Benin Republic chose a home away from home, but it's not a country that is in the group. That country will not influence whatever is going on. Now, as I just said to you, look at it. The Super Eagles of Nigeria are going out to play Lesotho away from home in South Africa. They go to play South Africa away from home in South Africa. South Africa goes to play Lesotho away from home in South Africa. They also go to play Zimbabwe away from home in South Africa. They've got the tickets.
Okay, now, I mean, Victor, coming over to you, this whole talk about a Southern African conspiracy, I mean, it looks to be, I mean, maybe there might be some truth or what behind it, although it doesn't negate the fact that the Super Eagles of Nigeria themselves didn't do their jobs, or we didn't do ourselves any favor by dropping points. You shouldn't have dropped. But I mean, the Lesotho Football Association themselves, LEFA, the Secretary General Mokosi Mohapi, yesterday did inform SAFA, that's the South African Football Association, that his association has written to FIFA saying that they are withdrawing the issue against the South African Football Association as regards Teboho Mokoena and his ineligibility. Now, does this buttress the point that there's a potential, will you say, gang up, or will you say tilting towards Southern Africa or our brothers' agenda as regards this one?
What do we expect from two countries coming from the
Will
same
Benin do the
region?
same for us?
We've not gotten to that stage where we will get to know if Benin wants to do
but
the
will
same.
they do it?
No, let's not even go for Benin. Let's say Nigeria and Ghana. Will Ghana be ready to do such for Nigeria?
No way.
So it goes to show that there are some regions that are willing to sacrifice their own for another.
But is it right?
It is not, because
Is that sportsman like? Or sportsmanship?
It depends on how you want to define it. But let's look at it from this angle. I think I saw the news today that 3 COSAFA countries playing their home games all in one country, and the country being in the same group. And I looked at it from this angle. What if there was a case where South Africa were maybe going against maybe a Zimbabwean team for these tickets? They were first and second, and Zimbabwe are supposed to play their home game in South Africa against South Africa.
You find another place. Will Zimbabwe be willing to play their home game in South Africa against South Africa if they know that they need to beat South Africa at home to qualify? Would they do that? They wouldn't. They'll find another venue.
That's it. That's what I'm trying to point out here. Because they know for sure that no matter what they do, they won't be getting these tickets. Now, they are trying to make sure Nigeria does not get the tickets. So bringing everything back to South Africa, according to Osas, what happened to using Angola? What happened to using even Cape Verde? Use other countries that are not in the group. Why 3 teams playing all their home games in one country? So I just feel, for me, I feel it's game over for Nigeria. Okay, according to what Osas pointed out about the show yesterday, trying to see if we could sneak in through the back door. But believe me, we know there are some groups that the second place is already on 11 points. And you are going to take only 4 teams from second places. So what happens if Nigeria cannot get points that are up to being selected as the 4 best teams? I think the damage was already done a long time ago. We would have qualified from this group as the best. Forget about all these things that these South African countries are trying to do. Because I feel for Nigeria hoping to top this group is done and dusted already. We are going to play Lesotho there in South Africa. And South Africans know we need to drop a point. They'll make it very, very hostile for the Super Eagles. We are going to play Zimbabwe over there at South Africa also.
No, we played Zimbabwe.
We played Zimbabwe home anyway. And Zimbabwe,
okay.
Zimbabwe played that game in, was it Rwanda? That's where we played Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe played the game in Rwanda when we played 1-0 with them against, was it Rwanda or Burundi? I can't remember the country they played it, but it wasn't in South Africa. We played that 1-0 draw.
Then why take it to South Africa now? I think the game against the Lesotho game South Africa will be playing will be at Dublin.
Durban, most likely.
So when you look at this team, you just ask yourself this question: these things cannot only happen here in Africa and not in other countries, because not in other continents. Because what happens? Imagine England being in the same group with the likes of Finland, Australia, and other. Then they all gang up to use English national stadiums or English stadiums to play the game. They know that for sure that advantage will always go to South Africa. So I just feel the Super Eagles just needs to maybe play the football for the sake of pride. Because if we are hoping on this, believe me, it's done and dusted already. You don't be surprised. You get to see South Africa play against Lesotho and get hammered. Lesotho will get hammered there. But when they come to the Super Eagles, they will play like their whole life depends on it. So this is just a case of a gang-up situation against the Super Eagles. But for me, except a miracle happens, for me, I feel we should just look ahead of the next World Cup, not this one.
Okay, and Osas, also coming over to you as regards fair play, this is something that FIFA didn't even need anyone to point this out to them. It's not. It doesn't look logical and ethical at all in any way or in any fashion. I know, yes, a lot of African countries' facilities are not up to scratch, but go to Congo, like we said, go to Angola, go somewhere else and play your football, but not another team in the same group. And also, the fact that the Lesotho Football Association withdrew this petition or withdrew their complaint doesn't mean FIFA shouldn't look into that, because I mean, matters in the past have happened like this before, and they looked into it. Emilio Nsue, no complaint was filed, but the man was deemed ineligible, and Equatorial Guinea were docked 6 points in this World Cup qualifiers. Our case against Algeria. So does it mean that FIFA will just turn a blind eye to it because Lesotho has?
I think FIFA would not. Let's say CAF have been able to, on their own, try to maybe. I really can't tell. I'm just insinuating. Maybe try to hamper the push of this. Why I'm speaking is, okay, fine. You know, you've got a South African as the CAF president, so maybe that on that note, maybe 1 or 2 talks. But FIFA has got the jurisdiction to look into things like this, irregularities like this, whether there is a petition or not. I think even withdrawing the petition would make it even worse at this point, because for any transparent institution, you are going to be asking why. Even if they said they want to peg it on the fact that, okay, during the period when this happened, there was a stipulated time and no petition was done, it doesn't stop FIFA from looking into it. They are the apex governing body of football. So when it gets to that point, if the need be, they will do what is required. If it is deduction of 3 points and 3 goals, fine, they will do that. You understand what I mean? We saw the situation between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Libyan national team. CAF were very intentional about it. They made sure the points were deducted
and the goals were also deducted. But in this case, everyone is keeping quiet concerning it. But I believe FIFA will be more transparent and will look into it. Maybe they are just holding on to see that the qualifiers are done and dusted. During the Nigeria-Algeria saga, it was also the same thing. It was after that qualifiers.
Yeah, I still remember another saga. That was 2014 when Cape Verde had peeped. That was Tunisia, or was it Cameroon actually? But Cape Verde were then docked because of Cameroon. They fielded an ineligible player.
Yes.
That was after the group stages had been done before the playoff round.
So we just have to hold on and see. Maybe after the whole qualifiers, then if the need be, because that should even be the best. You can't pull out points now because it's going to be pretty unfair.
But they did it to Equatorial Guinea.
It would tilt. They did it to Equatorial Guinea. Was it during when?
That was last. That was before the. That was last year before the qualifiers resumed in June.
Okay, but for me, I think it's best we hold on. Let the entire qualifiers be done and dusted. Then you can now look at what you want to do at the end of the day. For the Super Eagles of Nigeria, just continue fighting. Continue fighting. You can't tell what will happen at the end of the day. So it's just to keep fighting, see how to get all maximum points. Possibly, if we win all our games, we'll drop on 19 points. Hopefully, let's see if the next run would also break off some of those who are ahead as regards best second place teams. If the Super Eagles of Nigeria can have themselves listed amongst the four, it's another route that we can possibly qualify for the 2026 World Cup through. So at this point, I think just keep fighting. Forget about if all games are played in South Africa or not. Who says you can't go to South Africa to win? Put a muffle in your ear. Forget about what the fans are saying. Do the business on the pitch of play. Win your games. Keep your face high up with a frown face and leave the pitch. Get your 3 points. That's just that.
Okay, 0817-00000951, 0817-00000951, and 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. The phone lines are open for you to call in and air your thoughts on everything we've discussed so far on the show. The Super Falcons, the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Is there a possible gang up? Yes, we might, or we haven't done ourselves any service with how we've conducted our World Cup qualification campaign. But I mean, you can't be having South Africa playing 2 games or 2 away games away from home, or 2 away games at home in South Africa in the same group. So I mean, is that fair to any other person? Not only Nigeria, Benin Republic could be looking at their chances as well and fancying themselves. Would that be any fair to any other team in the group? And as well as looking at the fact that, I mean, the Lesotho Football Association did withdraw their petition against Teboho Mokwena's ineligibility for their game in the last just concluded international window, where they lost by 2-0. Now let's run through what's happening across the major leagues in Europe while we do wait for your calls. In the French League on, Brest, they defeat Toulouse by 4-2. Currently going on at this point in time, Angers are losing to Stade Rennais by 1-0. Auxerre are currently playing out to goalless draw with Montpellier. Le Havre are leading Nantes by 2-1. That's in the French League on over there. And yes, so it's Le Havre 2, Nantes 1. And that game is in the 48th minute. By 7:45, we'll have Lille take on Lens. In the German Bundesliga, Freiburg did lose to Union Berlin by 2-1, while Borussia Dortmund are currently defeating Mainz 05 by 2-0. That game is at the half-time mark. And in the Italian Serie A, Cagliari did beat Monza by 3-0, while Fiorentina were 1-0 victors over Atalanta. Inter Milan are currently defeated Udinese by 1-0, while Napoli and AC Milan will be by 7:45. In the Spanish La Liga, Villarreal did defeat Getafe by 2-1, while Barcelona are 4-1 winners over Girona. By 5:30, we will have Athletic Bilbao taking on Osasuna, while Valencia will take on Mallorca by 5:30 as well. And by 8 p.m., we will have the Seville derby, Betis taking on Sevilla. And in the English FA Cup, we did have Aston Villa defeat Preston not end by 3 goals to nothing, while Manchester City are currently losing by a goal to nothing to AFC Bournemouth. That game it's halftime in that game at this point in time. So City are losing by a goal to nothing. So there could be a scenario whereby none of the big sides get to be in the semi-finals of the FA Cup. Crystal Palace, Nottingham Forest, Aston Villa. And by the looks of things, if it does end like this, we will have Bournemouth. So, I mean, not an easy season, a complicated season at the end of the day. 0817-0000951 and 0810-9510951. You can also send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and that one is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. And now let's continue with the show and talk about the Super Eagles. Still talking about the Super Eagles, as the National Sports Commission has confirmed that the team will embark on a training camp and play 3 international friendlies during the June 2025 window. Now, the initiative aims to fine-tune the team ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifying series, which resumes in September. Let's not also forget there's a small matter of the African Cup of Nations that will be played in December, and January. December this year, starts December this year, and stretches through to January next year. Now, the NSC chairman Shehu Diko described the window as a crucial opportunity to reset, mold, and perfect the team after a shaky start to their qualifying campaign. Now, Nigeria's hopes of reaching the 2026 FIFA World Cup suffered a blow following a 1-0 draw with Zimbabwe, which left them fourth in the group with work to do. Now, despite the setbacks, Diko remains optimistic, as he did say on X, and I quote, "By the competition rules, technical situation, remaining fixture schedule, and points, Ghana and Nigeria are still in play. Just like most teams in the group. Winning the next 4 games, we would secure qualification based on permutations and FIFA regulations. Everything is still in play, and the team will stay focused until the very end." Now, in a move to enhance motivation and reduce off-field distractions, the NSC, in collaboration with the NFF, has introduced a revised bonus and remuneration structure. Now, payments for the Rwanda match have been fulfilled as agreed, while bonuses for the Zimbabwe game were settled a day before kickoff. Now, it did say, now, as part of the June preparations, Nigeria will face arch rivals Ghana in a highly anticipated friendly, and the Super Eagles will also take on Russia, with the third opponent yet to be confirmed. Now, this match is expected to serve up as key tune-ups for Nigeria's September qualifiers against Rwanda and South Africa. And yeah, Benjamin, maybe you might want to say medicine after that, but I mean, the international window in June, fine-tuning, bonus changes and remunerations. I mean, are these changes, let's look beyond the World Cup qualifiers now. There's also the AFCON this year, let's not forget that. Are these changes that you feel, or things that you feel will put the team in the right stead, or prepare them and put them in the right place to challenge for the remaining matches they have this year, and also for the African Cup of Nations later on this year?
Well, in as much as it's better after death, it's about it's an international window. You just have to play friendly games. That's the more reason why we started the show by talking about the Super Falcons not having playing friendly games, especially when there's a FIFA free window. So for me, I think it's just it's a normal thing to play, to have a grade A friendly games, to actually see how the team can get to know themselves, especially the fact that they've got a new coach that have not really been with them for a while. Just 2 games, win 1, draw 1. Not a bad result. It's just that we find ourselves in a situation where the damage has been done before the coach came in. So I think these friendly matches are good for him, especially grade A friendlies in Africa. It's something very good so that he can actually test run these players, see the players, then see the positions where adjustment needs to be made, and then see how he can get his tactics across to the boys early enough for the remaining qualifying games. I wouldn't say crucial because that has been done already. It's about just try getting to win all your games and then see what happens. But again, these friendly games are good enough for the coach to actually get to know his players more and then get to establish his tactics amongst the players.
I mean, Osas, coming over to you, how key will these games be for Eric Schell? I mean, the man just had 2 games with this side, little training sessions, and the man had to make do with some of the legs we are used to seeing and using in the past. But I mean, how key is it for this man to actually try new legs? I mean, there are also reports that he's looking for new midfielders. He wants more energy in the midfield. He wants more control in the midfield. He's looking at if he can get him more midfielders to aid his cause and help his team to try and finish as best as they can for the remainder of the year. So, I mean, how important will these games be for Eric Schell to try out new things and to also, will you say, sort of impact his ideology or what he wants on the team as regards the style of play?
I think it's going to be very, very important to him. He is devoid, or he lacks a lot of games, because before the African Cup of Nations, I doubt if we are going to be having up to 4 FIFA windows for friendly games. And you know what it is, setting up friendly games also from this side of football, which is Nigeria. So I think this tournament is definitely going to serve as something pretty very important for him to be able to most likely try out the legs, try out players that he has in mind to try. I think he has got a lot to do with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I'm pretty impressed with, even if we didn't get all 6 points, but I'm pretty impressed with the changes I saw in those 2 games against Rwanda and Zimbabwe. And for now, I think he needs more time to be able to stamp his imprint on the team, to let the boys understand what he really wants. I think it's like a blessing in disguise for him at this point, because even if we do not qualify for the FIFA World Cup, our eyes should be on the African Cup of Nations 2025, and to ensure that we better what we did in the previous edition, which is get to the finals. Maybe this time make sure that we win the tournament, as it could serve as maybe a succor or a kind of comfort for not going to the FIFA World Cup. So he has got a lot to do with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and this tournament sort of serves as a very important one for him.
Now, Victor, just share the same sentiments that the man probably needs new legs in the middle of the park, needs more energy, needs something different in the middle of the park as regards the Super Eagles. And also, Michael Nice, the Zimbabwean coach, did say that the Super Eagles players or defenders were dead. Now, do you think that's another department that Eric Schell should be looking at and saying, I need to bring in fresher legs and make changes here as well? So how are you one that buys into that thought that the defense and midfield needs reshuffling and remolding?
I won't say the defense will be needing reshuffling, because barring that little moment of, let's say, loss of concentration there from the skipper, not trying to close down his marker there and getting to consider late minute equalizer, the defense have always been good. The problem there is the man behind the stick. Also, the man there doesn't pull up any when it comes to, let's say, saves that could keep the team in the game. Nwabali does not give you that confidence. We've seen the likes of Vincent Enyama. We've seen that man keep Nigeria in most games, not just against African sides, but also against world beaters, the likes of Argentina and others. So what I feel the squad needs is a little bit of energy in the midfield, because when you look at the likes of Wilfred Ndidi, this man, let's call it spade a spade. The man doesn't merit his stay in this team anymore. So if possible, let's take the man out. Let's bring in fresher legs that can, yes, get to do the workaholic job for the Super Eagles, get to put in the energy and chase the ball till the final whistle. Because if the midfielders are very, very industrious, the midfielders are very, very energetic and can close down markers, believe me, we will not be having late minute equalizers from teams like Zimbabwe. Because when it comes to football, African football, Zimbabwe cannot even be compared to the 2003, 2004 Enyimba team then. Because when you look at these Zimbabwe players, these are players that we did call them the whooping boys of that group. But they came to you, snatched a valuable point from the Super Eagles. So I feel what we need at this point is energetic players there in the midfield, because the midfield is the engine room of the Super Eagles. If you have these players working tirelessly and maybe one of them being a little bit creative, the attack will flourish and the defense will also be very, very compact and astute.
Now, I mean, Benjamin, does that raise question? You also have to look at Eric Shell's selection and say that there were some question marks. You had a Frank Onyeka, who a lot of people saw the man's doggedness and workman-like behavior during the African Cup of Nations. And I mean, he's a box-to-box midfielder and can cover a lot of space and has the energy or lungs to run for 90 minutes. There's also an Uche Christians who has been playing well all season long for Getafe. So you're looking for new energy. Why didn't you at least give these guys a look in before deciding if they were not to be part of your plans, especially knowing that we had key games this FIFA window as regards the World Cup qualifiers?
Well, I think the manager has made his selection to start the day. If we have won the game, we shouldn't have been talking about
but the lapses were evident. We pointed them out in the studio here.
Like I said, this is the man's I think 2 games. This is the man's second game. So
yeah.
I don't think it's high time we need to start talking about players that needs to be called up or not. The man has been given free hands to get his selections and get his team running. So he knows who he wants. He's been playing. He's played with these guys. Against these guys, against these guys in the friendly game when what's his name? Now Finidi George was at the helm of affairs. We had 2 friendly games, one against Ghana and then one against Mali. He's the team. He's the team coach of Mali then. So and Victor Osimhen came out to say they've known the man. He's an attacking coach. He knows what he wants. So he's made his selection. So going forward, speculations are there that he needs more midfielders into the game. Well, I would say possibly we should cut him some slacks. He's known them. So from his next game, he should have known the players to drop and the players to call. Well, when I saw the list, I asked myself, Frank Onyeka does play for Augsburg these days, and the man has been irregular. He plays all games for Augsburg, and why are you going to call Al Hassan Yusuf that is playing for that's playing in the US, that in terms of league ranking and rating, the German league is way higher than the US league, so why would you want to? But the man has his choices, he has his preferences. So, and in that game we saw Al Hassan Yusuf actually play as a right back in that game, because of the injury to what's his name, Ola Aino, or was it Ola Aino, Bright Osai rather. So I think the coach knows what he wants, and so it doesn't look as though we had this speculation right from time, or it's in the minds of Nigerians that it's the NFF that calls players for the coaches. So it shouldn't be that way. The man has called his players. So hopefully let's get to the second game, the third game, hopefully, or the friendly game between Nigeria and Ghana that the NFF have told us, have come out to say. So possibly by then he would have known, I believe he has known the players for the both games that he has played. So hopefully he does make corrections in the next game.
Osas, should Wilfred Ndidi be dropped totally from the Super Eagles? Call-ups, maybe not again, or maybe still get called up, still be part of the setup, but not be a starter again for the team. And would you feel should step in for that man?
I think Wilfred Ndidi should be part of the team, but maybe being a starter, no. For his experience, he could be or should be part of the team going forward. He still has a lot to offer to the Super Eagles of Nigeria, but starting is where I have an issue because his energy level has obviously dropped. We could see the loophole created in the midfield in the both games, not just one. Even the game against Rwanda, I think that was in the second half of the game. That was one of the reasons why Eric Chell had to bring in Raf Onyedika. So I think a replacement for Wilfred Ndidi has to be somebody who could support Alex Iwobi creatively and also support whoever does the defensive duties, be it Frank Onyeka or Raf Onyedika at the end of the day. So it could be somebody like maybe Chrysanthus Uche could do that. Dele Basiru, Fisayo Dele Basiru does that also. I think such a player, one that can marshal out on both ends. On the offense, he is a contributor. On the defense, he could also be a contributor. He's one person that could replace Wilfred Ndidi. Then maybe if we are trying to see off games, just like what we had against the Zimbabweans when we took that lead, you're trying to see off games, then you can bring in a Wilfred Ndidi to come in with his wealth of experience and most likely at a point where the stakes are down in terms of energy of every other player. Then he is coming in fresh and stronger. He could now come in to do what you need him to do. But for a starter, for putting all that we need midfield duties on the shoulders of Wilfred Ndidi, I think he's way past that at this point.
Okay, 0817-0000951, 0817-0000951, and 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. While for the SMS and WhatsApp, also the number is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. Well, Manchester City have equalized in their FA Cup quarterfinal tie against AFC Bournemouth. So it is currently Bournemouth 1, Manchester City 1. So you have our eyes on that game and we'll give you updates from now till we get to run out of the studio. So can City make it to the semi-finals or will it be AFC Bournemouth at the end of the day? Now quickly, still talking about the Super Eagles. Former Nigerian midfielder Friday Ekpo has said the team are no longer a dominant force in African football. Now in a conversation on Brilla's No Holds Bar with Ifeanyi Udeze, Ekpo argued that African football has progressed significantly. Now, Nigeria still views some of these countries as small, but we need to step up as well. We are struggling to win matches against these teams. We are no longer giants. We have become ants. We cannot hold on to the ball and just pass it sideways. If you do not defeat Bafana in South Africa, our World Cup qualifying dream is over. Now, he also pointed out the importance of playing players in the right positions to avoid further issues within the team. Now, Victor, same sentiments you share? The same sentiments with Friday Ekpo that the Super Eagles, beg your pardon, are no longer a force to reckon with as regards African football. Now, do you think, first off, if you do agree with that, that is as a result of the fact that a lot of teams have caught the gap, or you feel is as a result of the fact we've not done our job in our own part, or on our own part, actually try as much as possible to improve ourselves as a nation when it comes to football?
I think the latter is the case. We've not done our own part to merit why we are being called the giants of Africa, because if you look recently, getting to be losing to the likes of Rwanda at home soil there in Uyo, it does not point out that the Super Eagles mean business. We know we have internal problems where NFF does their own thing, and also changing of coaches here and there. But when you talk about the players, I think what we've been doing recently just boils down to we talking about the names, the caliber of players we possess in our team. But results-wise, it has not been showing that, yes, we have this caliber of players in our team. You can't be having the back-to-back CAF award winners, CAF best players in your team and be struggling to maybe make it to the World Cup. And when you look at it, Nigeria, the last time we made it to the World Cup, I think it was in 2018. And that's about almost 8 years now. So for you to be classified as the best in Africa, you need to always make an appearance. We're not talking about you doing maybe getting to the final, getting to the semis, we are talking about you at least making an appearance. We did see the Moroccans break that deadlock and get to the semi-finals. At this point, they will say yes, the Moroccans can be considered as the best now in Africa because of the results are pointing to that direction. So the Super Eagles, for me, from what Ekpo is saying, the Super Eagles for me they've not merited that hype to still be called the best in Africa, because recently what we have is just on paper the Super Eagles are the best in Africa, but when you get to the pitch, we get to see draws against Zimbabwe, we get to see draws against Lesotho, we get to see even losses against Rwanda. So the Super Eagles needs to step up, irrespective of the coach. I think there was a fan while we were watching a game at the viewing center. A fan said that sometimes Super Eagles don't even need a coach to beat certain teams, and that's true. Do the Super Eagles need a coach to beat the likes of Lesotho? When you know fully well that even these boys can, the guy said these boys can actually choose themselves, enter into the pitch, play good football and beat Lesotho. So I just feel even if it doesn't mean it's to be like the Super Eagles don't need a coach. But what he's trying to say is that you don't need instructions from coach to beat these little teams. No disrespect to them, but when it comes to football in Africa, we know the caliber of countries that we can say, yes, these are giants. Cameroon is one of them. Recently now, you can even say Ghana are not considered as a giant again, because when you look at the previous competitions they've been playing, they've been going out of the group stages to even losing games to the likes of Comoros and all that. So in African football, you don't rate Comoros on the same level with Benin Republic, not even talking about bringing them close to Nigeria. But Nigeria is in a group where South Africa is top, Rwanda is ahead of Nigeria, Benin Republic is ahead of Nigeria. That goes to show you that the trajectory, the way Nigeria is moving on currently, they don't merit that hype that we give to them. Simple.
Okay, so I mean, well, what do we do about this? How do we get the Super Eagles to the heights where they should be or used to be in the past, or SAS?
Getting the Super Eagles to the heights where they used to be in the past is going to take a case of we understanding, telling ourselves the truth. There's an open heart surgery. We need to tell ourselves the truth first of all. Then when we tell ourselves the truth, we start working on ways to get the Super Eagles back to where it used to be. We tried sampling some of these things yesterday. Number one, let's look at building our home. Yes, there is no home that is divided that can stand. Build your home. What happens to the Nigerian Premier Football League? What happens to the apex of club football right here in Nigeria? Because that is where you dole out talents, you pull out talents. Talents get to come out firsthand. You can see there is no footballing nation in the world today that is progressing that doesn't have a good league. Spanish football is progressing. You can see it progression in Spanish football towards the late 2000s and 2010s. You can see that the Spanish league also had improved drastically from that period, telling you very much that it is what has improved in the Spanish league that is rubbing off on the Spanish national team. Yes, you also see what's happening in England, what's happening in Germany. You cannot have a league that is not top-notch and you expect to bring out players. Now, we have this total reliance on players from outside, players, Nigerian players or players of Nigerian descent. Yes, that's what we are relying on right now. No, we need to have players homegrown that will give them a run for their money. Henry, we were trying to talk about yesterday if we should start looking at having our MPFL produce the defenders that we have. Why did we say that? Because the MPFL used to produce dogged and very rugged defenders in time past. As Manchester City has made it to, is the man That's Omar Mamouche. Yes, he makes it 2 for Manchester City as they keep hopes alive on which happens to be the FA Cup this season. But what a way to see things change for my mind earlier on in the first half, but now things have turned around, so the hope is still alive there. Omar Mamouche, a revelation for Manchester City. No wonder Pep Guardiola had to go out of his way to bring him down to Etihad. But back to what we were saying, or I was saying here, Henry, we talked about it yesterday. We were looking at why don't the NPFL start churning out defenders? Why? Because we had defenders that used to that the NPFL used to bring to the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the earlys. That's talking about the early 90s, the late 80s as well. These defenders were defenders that were very dogged, very rugged. They knew what it meant to marshal out defensive duties there.
But the game has sort of evolved. Osas, it's not really about being dogged or being only about being dogged or being a hard man. The game is looking at defenders that can move the ball or progress the ball out of the back. Literally everybody presses these days.
Yes.
So if you cannot move the ball or progress the ball out of the back, then of what use are you? We were seeing the NPFL whereby coaching, technicalities aren't up to scratch. So how do we expect to produce the same sort of defenders again?
The reason why you look at it that the NPFL cannot produce is because we have let the NPFL, we have let it down. We have failed in upholding what the NPFL.
So can we look at something that has failed, or why not build that thing that has failed before we can start looking at it?
That's what I'm saying. I said, if you listen to what I said, while we were talking yesterday, we tried sampling one of the suggestions of let the NPFL start bringing defenders to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. The reason why that was said was because whoever must have said that looked in time past and said the NPFL did give us defenders that could hold their own, that could marshal out defensive duties. The likes of Taribo West came from there. The likes of Uche Okechukwu came from there. The likes of Stephen Keshi came from there. Now, we are seeing defenders in the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Now, take it or leave it. The reason why we drew that game with Zimbabwe was shared defensive errors from a man like Trustekong. He wasn't as strong enough to be able to hold his own when we needed it the most. So if that must be, then we must start looking at developing the Nigerian Premier Football League. That's the only way. We start from there. Because when you have the Nigerian Premier Football League bringing talents that can compete with those from outside, you will now see those from outside sit up. That's what I'm saying. You see the players from outside, they will sit up. Now, the Super Eagles will now be a ground for competition for the best to represent the Super Eagles of Nigeria. One of the reasons why a lot of coaches don't even care calling up NPFL players is because it's not up to quality. When you look at it, it's clear that the players that you have are better. Coaches now created that goalkeeping area for the NPFL just because, okay, fine, you have a goalkeeper that can stand in, but let it just be that they are part of the list that has been called. But you just cannot, in every other department, you can't have an NPFL player that will stand toe-to-toe and compete. Why? Because we let the NPFL down. So, first of all, as I said, tell yourself the truth. After telling yourself the truth, begin to work on developing what you have in here. Then, when you work on developing what you have in here, you can begin to churn out players. Then we can now start looking at, okay, what's happening with the Super Eagles tactically? Who is best? Okay, how do we go back and have a playing style? Simple. But the very first two things, tell yourself the truth. We must come off these lies that we always tell ourselves. We have earmarked money in the next 5 years. This is where these are the plans that we have. And you know those plans don't work. Every administrator would need to tell themselves the truth. If you know you're not competent, there should be a scheme or a system. Those who are not competent should not be there. Simple. We see it in Rwanda has done it. In athletics, what's the name of this country? The one that produced the guy who, what's his name for the 100 meters during the Olympic Games?
Botswana.
What's his name again? It skips my head.
Tebogo.
Botswana took a conscious effort. They said, I listened to their what's it called? Like the sports minister.
Tebogo.
Yes. I listened to their sports minister when he talked about it. He said they looked at the 10-year plan
that they didn't want to invest in everything because they knew where their strength was. They decided to invest in the dash races because they knew that this is where we have our strength. And they made a plan that in the next 10 years, so you saw Tebogo in this year's Olympic Games. Is it last year's Olympic Games? And you felt it just started then. No, it started 5 years before then. He also said that they have started planning for Los Angeles even while they were in this Paris 2024 Olympic Games. What is Nigeria doing? We are just telling ourselves that the budget, the NSC has this plan, and this is what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be. Then when it's getting to that period, you set up some sort of eye-catching event, and you say this is what we have planned for. You're deceiving yourself. So we need to start telling ourselves the truth. Understand that we are not going anywhere if we don't change. Then we'll start changing. Where you start from, the MPFL, then you can now move into the Super Eagles.
0817-0000951, 0817-0000951, and 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951, or you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal. Now from the WhatsApp portal, this one says, let's go over to that side. And this one says, Sports Gang, I believe implicitly that the Super Eagles can defeat Lesotho in South Africa. A good team plays better when there is a gang up against it. This is time the Nigerian spirit in football will emerge, and that's from John with that one. Hello, caller. Good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. Name and location. Oh, sorry, network, not your friend at this point in time. Do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone lines are open. Let's see if we can take one or two of your thoughts before we get to run out of the studio. And let's see what we do have from the SMS portal. And Elder, you're asking about MPFL results. Well, the MPFL, there are no MPFL games this weekend due to the festivities and all that stuff. So, I mean, the MPFL match day 31 was played during the week. 0817-0000951 and 0810-951-0951. The phone lines are open for us to get your thoughts as regards everything we've discussed on the show. The Super Falcons, the Super Eagles. Is there a potential gang up between the COSAFA nations in our group to ensure that South Africa does make it through? Although we didn't do ourselves any favor by dropping the points we have dropped so far during the qualifiers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's much we can actually take on the show this evening. It's been fun and exciting. The Sports Crew will make a return by 6:30 a.m. tomorrow for Sports Attack. My name is Henry Ogugo. I did the show with Osage Ihiwi, Benjamin Mina, and Victor Israel. Reliable Reliance and the rest of the crew are here from 1 o'clock till 4:30 p.m. for the other part of the show. So, well, still stay tuned and keep listening. We will be back, but we have the news update by 6 next. So stay safe, stay blessed, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye-bye.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389-2850. Now, for more information.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update. Today, 30th March 2025 on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima. The embattled former head of service of River State, George Nweke, has accused the Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, of misappropriating state funds during his less than 2-year administration. Nweke further alleged that Governor Fubara directed his